An Advanced English Grammar with Exercises by George Lyman Kittredge and Frank Edgar Farley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction: Language and Grammar. Section 1. The Nature of Language. Language is the expression of thought by means of spoken or written words. The English word language comes, through the French langue, from the Latin lingua, the tongue. But the tongue is not the only organ used in speaking. The lips, the teeth, the roof of the mouth, the soft palate or uvula, the nose, and the vocal cords all help to produce the sounds of which language consists. These various organs make up one delicate and complicated piece of mechanism, upon which the breath of the speaker acts like that of a musician upon a clarinet or other wind instrument. Spoken language, then, is composed of a great variety of sounds made with the vocal organs. A word may consist of one sound, as ah, or o, or I. But most words consist of two or more different sounds, as go, see, try, finish. Long or short, however, a word is merely a sign made to express thought. Thought may be imperfectly expressed by signs made with the head, the hands, etc. Thus, if I grasp a person's arm and point to a dog, he may understand me to ask, "Do you see that dog?" And his nod in reply may stand for, "Yes, I see him." But any dialogue carried on in this way must be both fragmentary and uncertain. To express our thoughts fully, freely, and accurately, we must use words, that is, signs made with the voice. Such voice signs have had meanings associated with them by custom or tradition, so that their sense is at once understood by all. Their advantage is twofold. They are far more numerous and varied than other signs, and the meanings attached to them are much more definite than those of nods and gestures. Written words are signs made with the pen to represent and recall to the mind the spoken words, or voice signs. Written language, that is, composition, must of necessity be somewhat fuller than spoken language, as well as more formal and exact. For the reader's understanding is not assisted by the tones of the voice, the changing expressions of the face, and the lively gestures which help to make spoken language intelligible. Most words are the signs of definite ideas. Thus, Charles, captain, cat, mouse, bread, stone, cup, ink call up images or pictures of persons or things. Strike, dive, climb, dismount express particular kinds of action. Green, blue, careless, rocky, triangular, muscular enable us to describe objects with accuracy. Even general terms like goodness, truth, courage, cowardice, generosity have sufficiently precise meanings, for they name qualities or traits of character with which everybody is familiar. By the use of such words, even when not combined in groups, we can express our thoughts much more satisfactorily than by mere gestures. The utterance of the single word "Charles" may signify, "Hello, Charles, are you here? I am surprised to see you." Bread may suggest to the hearer, "Give me bread, I am very hungry." Courage may be almost equivalent to, "Don't be downhearted, your troubles will soon be over." Language, however, is not confined to the utterance of single words. To express our thoughts we must put words together, we must combine them into groups, and such groups have settled meanings, just as words have, established, like the meanings of single words, by the customs or habits of the particular language that we are speaking or writing. Further, these groups are not thrown together haphazard. We must construct them in accordance with certain fixed rules. Otherwise we shall fail to express ourselves clearly and acceptably, and we may even succeed in saying the opposite of what we mean. In constructing these groups, which we call phrases, clauses, and sentences, we have the aid of a large number of short words like and, if, by, to, in, is, was, which are very different from the definite and picturesque words that we have just examined. They do not call up distinct images in the mind, and we should find it hard to define any of them. Yet their importance in the expression of thought is clear, for they serve to join other words together, and to show their relation to each other in those groups which make up connected speech. Thus, box heavy conveys some meaning, but the box is heavy is a clear and definite statement. The shows that some particular box is meant, and is enables us to make an assertion about it. And, in Charles and John are my brothers, indicates that Charles and John are closely connected in my thought, and that what I say of one applies also to the other. If, in if Charles comes, I shall be glad to see him, connects two statements, and shows that one of them is a mere supposition, for Charles may or may not come. In grouping words, our language has three different ways of indicating their relations: 1, the forms of the words themselves; 2, their order; 3, the use of little words like and, if, is, etc. 1. Change of form. Words may change their form. Thus the word boy becomes boys when more than one is meant. Kill becomes killed when past time is referred to. Was becomes were when we are speaking of two or more persons or things. Fast becomes faster when a higher degree of speed is indicated. Such change of form is called inflection, and the word is said to be inflected. Inflection is an important means of showing the relations of words in connected speech. In Henry's racket weighs 14 ounces, the form Henry's shows at once the relation between Henry and the racket, namely, that Henry owns or possesses it. The word Henry, then, may change its form to Henry's to indicate ownership or possession. 2. Order of words. In John struck Charles, the way in which the words are arranged shows who it was that struck and who received the blow. Change the order of words to Charles struck John, and the meaning is reversed. It is then the order that shows the relation of John to struck and of struck to Charles. 3. Use of other words. Compare the two sentences. The train from Boston has just arrived. The train for Boston has just arrived. Here, from and for show the relation between the train and Boston. The Boston train might mean either the train from Boston or the train for Boston. By using from or for, we make the sense unmistakable. Two matters, then, are of vital importance in language: the forms of words and the relations of words. The science which treats of these two matters is called grammar. Inflection is a change in the form of a word indicating some change in its meaning. The relation in which a word stands to other words in the sentence is called its construction. Grammar is the science which treats of the forms and the constructions of words. Syntax is that department of grammar which treats of the constructions of words. Grammar, then, may be said to concern itself with two main subjects: inflection and syntax. English belongs to a family of languages, the Indo-European family, which is rich in forms of inflection. This richness may be seen in other members of the family, such as Greek or Latin. The Latin word homo, man, for example, has 8 different inflectional forms: homo, a man; hominis, of a man; homini, to a man, and so on. Thus, in Latin, the grammatical construction of a word is, in general, shown by that particular inflectional ending or termination which it has in any particular sentence. In the Anglo-Saxon period, English was likewise well furnished with such inflectional endings, though not so abundantly as Latin. Many of these, however, had disappeared by Chaucer's time (1340 to 1400), and still others have since been lost, so that modern English is one of the least inflected of languages. Such losses are not to be lamented. By due attention to the order of words, and by using of, to, for, from, in, and the like, we can express all the relations denoted by the ancient inflections. The gain in simplicity is enormous. Section 2. Grammar and Usage. Since language is the expression of thought, the rules of grammar agree, in the main, with the laws of thought. In other words, grammar is usually logical, that is, its rules accord in general with the principles of logic, which is the science of exact reasoning. The rules of grammar, however, do not derive their authority from logic, but from good usage, that is, from the customs or habits followed by educated speakers and writers. These customs, of course, differ among different nations, and every language has therefore its own stock of peculiar constructions or turns of expression. Such peculiarities are called idioms. Thus, in English we say, "It is I," but in French the idiom is "C'est moi," which corresponds to "it is me." Many careless speakers of English follow the French idiom in this particular, but their practice has not yet come to be the accepted usage. Hence, though "C'est moi" is correct in French, we must still regard "it is me" as ungrammatical in English. It would, however, become correct if it should ever be adopted by the great majority of educated persons. Grammar does not enact laws for the conduct of speech. Its business is to ascertain and set forth those customs of language which have the sanction of good usage. If good usage changes, the rules of grammar must change. If two forms or constructions are in good use, the grammarian must admit them both. Occasionally, also, there is room for difference of opinion. These facts, however, do not lessen the authority of grammar in the case of any cultivated language. For in such a language usage is so well settled in almost every particular as to enable the grammarian to say positively what is right and what is wrong. Even in matters of divided usage, it is seldom difficult to determine which of two forms or constructions is preferred by careful writers. Every language has two standards of usage, the colloquial and the literary. By colloquial language we mean the language of conversation; by literary language, that employed in literary composition. Everyday colloquial English admits many words, forms, phrases, and constructions that would be out of place in a dignified essay. On the other hand, it is an error in taste to be always talking like a book. Unpracticed speakers and writers should, however, be conservative. They should avoid, even in informal talk, any word or expression that is of doubtful propriety. Only those who know what they are about can venture to take liberties. It is quite possible to be correct without being stilted or affected. Every living language is constantly changing. Words, forms, and constructions become obsolete, that is, go out of use, and others take their places. Consequently, one often notes in the older English classics methods of expression which, though formally correct, are ungrammatical now. Here a twofold caution is necessary. On the one hand, we must not criticize Shakespeare or Chaucer for using the English of his own time, but, on the other hand, we must not try to defend our own errors by appealing to ancient usage. Examples of constructions once in good use but no longer admissible are the best of the two for the better of the two, the most unkindest cut of all, there's two or three of us for there are, I have forgot the map for forgotten, every one of these letters are in my name for is, I think it be for is. The language of poetry admits many old words, forms, and constructions that are no longer used in ordinary prose. These are called archaisms, that is, ancient expressions. Among the commonest archaisms are thou, ye, hath, thinkest, doth. Such forms are also common in prose in what is known as the solemn style, which is modeled in great part on the language of the Bible. In general, it should be remembered that the style which one uses should be appropriate, that is, it should fit the occasion. A short story and a scientific exposition will differ in style. A familiar letter will naturally shun the formalities of business or legal correspondence. Good style is not a necessary result of grammatical correctness, but without such correctness it is, of course, impossible. Summary of general principles. 1. Language is the expression of thought by means of spoken or written words. 2. Words are the signs of ideas. Spoken words are signs made with the vocal organs. Written words are signs made with the pen to represent the spoken words. The meanings of these signs are settled by custom or tradition in each language. 3. Most words are the signs of definite ideas, as Charles, captain, cat, strike, dive, climb, triangular, careless. Other words of less definite meaning serve to connect the more definite words and to show their relations to each other in connected speech. 4. In the expression of thought, words are combined into groups called phrases, clauses, and sentences. 5. The relation in which a word stands to other words in the sentence is called its construction. The construction of English words is shown in three ways: 1 by their form, 2 by their order, 3 by the use of other words like to, from, is, etc. 6. Inflection is a change in the form of a word indicating some change in its meaning, as boy, boys, man, men, drink, drank. 7. Grammar is the science which treats of the forms and the constructions of words. Syntax is that department of grammar which treats of the constructions of words. 8. The rules of grammar derive their authority from good usage, that is, from the customs or habits followed by educated speakers and writers. End of introduction to An Advanced English Grammar. Recording by Ben Adams.
Chapter 1st, Section 1st.
الحروف الهجائية
Or letters of the alphabet. From a grammar of the Arabic language, according to the principles taught and maintained in the schools of Arabia, exhibiting a complete body of elementary information selected from the works of the most eminent grammarians, together with definitions of the parts of speech and observations on the structure of the language, in 2 volumes, volume 1st, comprising the system of inflection, by M. Lumsden, Professor of Arabic and Persian in the College of Fort William in Bengal. Recorded for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. A Grammar of the Arabic Language by M. Lumsden. Chapter 1st. Section 1st. Al-Huruf al-Hijaiyyah, or Letters of the Alphabet. The Arabs are preeminent over all nations for the assiduous cultivation of their native tongue. They have discussed and exhausted every imaginable question of grammar, and have bestowed on the professors of that science an eminence of literary fame and celebrity to which the grammarians of Europe have aspired in vain. The simple structure of most of the European tongues is unfavorable to the general culture of grammatical science. We learn its elements in early youth, but it seldom happens that we have occasion or inclination to resume the study in maturer years. The superficial acquirements of the schoolboy among us experimentally found to suffice for the purposes of practical accuracy, and beyond the accomplishment of these purposes there is nothing in the science to excite the ardor of general emulation. We therefore study grammar as a matter of necessity, and having acquired that common sort of proficiency which is expected from every man of liberal education, we generally, and not without reason, relinquish for ever an unprofitable pursuit which no longer offers anything to excite the curiosity or gratify the taste or supply the wants of the general reader. The professed votaries of grammatical science are necessarily excepted from these remarks, but their number in Europe is comparatively small, and with the reference to the simple structure of most of the European tongues, it is not to be desired that they should be greatly augmented. The necessary study of grammar extends not beyond the point of practical utility, and as our ears are seldom offended by any gross violation of grammatical rule, it may be justly inferred that our knowledge of that science is generally equal to the demands imposed by the languages to which it relates. The intricate structure of the Arabic language demands, however, a deeper attention to the rules of grammar than can be reasonably required from the student of any European tongue. Those rules are exceedingly numerous and remote from the observation of uninformed practice. They cannot be acquired without much labor, and when acquired, they cannot be easily remembered. An Arab is unable to carry them in his memory, and has therefore continual occasion to refer to his books, by means of which he decides everything, and without them will seldom venture to offer an opinion. His grammar is not, as with us, merely the companion of his boyish days, but the faithful guide of his maturer years, a vade meum, a sine qua non, without which he would be constantly in danger of losing his way. It would be arrogance to imagine that the rules of Arabic grammar are less necessary to the foreign student of that language than they are found to be to the native Arabian. On the contrary, we shall require, and it is my ambition to furnish, an ample collection of grammatical rules, such as may serve the double purpose of an elementary work for the use of beginners and a book of reference to which the English proficient in the Arabic language may refer for the solution of doubtful points. For this purpose, I shall extract whatever is useful or even curious in that ample mass of materials bequeathed to their country by the writers of Arabia. And though my work will offer no encouragement to those who consider brevity as the soul of grammar, I shall yet endeavor to preserve the advantage of a clear arrangement, such as may enable me to distinguish the parts that may be omitted with least disadvantage to the progress of the learner. By this means I hope to escape the censure of prolixity, otherwise due to the length of my work, or if destined to incur that censure, the success of my undertaking in other respects will have furnished the materials from which an abridgment may be easily formed hereafter. The 29 letters of the Arabic alphabet are indifferently termed الحروف الهجائية, الحروف العربية, الحروف المعجمة, and حروف الأبجد. The sounds of many are peculiar to the Arabs, and of the most difficult acquirement by foreign nations, insomuch that the system of pronunciation commonly established among the learned in India is nearly unintelligible to the ear of an Arab. I have determined, nevertheless, to adhere to that system, because the English alphabet does not furnish the means of establishing any other that would not be liable to many exceptions. And as I intend to describe, as nearly as possible, the true Arabian pronunciation of every letter, the system of orthography that may be adopted by me is, in face, a matter of very little importance. The letters of the alphabet are written from the right hand to the left, and are variously formed according to their position at the beginning, or the middle, or the end of a word. Some of the variations to which they are liable appear in the following scheme of the alphabet, and the rest will be sooner acquired in the course of practice than they can be by the use of any other means. Scheme of the alphabet. Name of the letters. Alif, final. Qara'a, medial. Sa'ala, initial. Amr, ba'a, final. Talaba, medial. Abd, initial. Badr, ta'a, final. Layta, medial. Batr, initial. Tibr, tha'a, finals. Layth, medials. Kathb, initials. Thawb, Jim, final. Felaj, medial. Najd, initial. Jawb, ha'a, finals. Dhabh, medials. Hujr, initials. Hibr, kha', finals. Salkh, medials. Bukhl, initials. Kharj, kh, dal, finals. Jalid, medials. Badal, initials. Dabir, dhal, finals. Akhd, medials. Kidhb, initials. Dhikr, ra', finals. Itr, medials. Darb, initials. Rushd, ra, za'a, finals. Ajz, medials. Bazr, initials. Zajr, Sin, finals. Lubs, medials. Yusr, initials. Selb, Sheen, finals. Jaish, medials. Bashar, initials. Shurb, Sad, finals. Hirs, medials. Basar, initials. Sabr, Dad, finals. Bagd, medials. Budj, initials. Darar, Ta'a, finals. Samt, medials. Satr, Initials طهر ط ضاء. Finals غيض. Medials نظر. Initials ظهر ظ. عين. Finals طمع. Medials فعل. Initials علم ع. غين. Finals صبغ. Medials بغض. Initials غير غ. فاء. Finals سيف. Medials عفو. Initials فكر ف. قاف. Finals طبق. Medials عقل. Initials قول ق. كاف. Finals سلك. Medials سكر. Initials كرم ك. لام. Finals شكل. Medials حلم. Initials لبيب ل. ميم. Finals جسم. Medials لمع. Initials منع م. نون. Finals عدن. Medials قند. Initials نور ن. واو. Finals دلو. Medials يوم. Initials وعد. هاء. Finals فقه. Medials عهد. Initials هضم ه. لا. Finals خلا. Medials قال ل. ياء. Finals ضبي. Medials عيد. Initials يمن. End of chapter 1st. Section 1st. الحروف الهجائية or letters of the alphabet. From a grammar of the Arabic language according to the principles taught and maintained in the schools of Arabia, exhibiting a complete body of elementary information selected from the works of the most eminent grammarians, together with definitions of the parts of speech and observations on the structure of the language. In 2 volumes, volume 1st, comprising the system of inflection by M. Lumsden. Recording by Abu Jalal, recorded in Oxford, England. Section 1 of a Handbook of the Swahili language, as spoken at Zanzibar. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Handbook of the Swahili language, as spoken at Zanzibar. Edited for the University's mission to Central Africa by Edward Steere. Section 1. Swahili Handbook, Part 1. The Swahili language is spoken by the mixed race of Arabs and Negroes who inhabit the eastern coast of Africa, especially in that part which lies between Lamu and the neighbouring towns on the north, and Cape Delgado on the south. It is classified by Dr. Bleek as one of the Zangian genus of the middle branch of the Bantu languages, that is to say, it belongs to one of the subdivisions of that great family of Negro languages which carries on the work of grammatical inflection by means of changes at the beginning of the word, similar to that whereby in Kafir, umuntu, a man, becomes in the plural abantu, people. All these languages divide their nouns into a number of classes which are distinguished by their first syllable, and bring their adjectives, pronouns and verbs into relation with substantives by the use of corresponding changes in their first syllables. None of these classes denotes sex in any way. Dr. Bleek, in his Comparative Grammar of South African Languages, enumerates 18 prefixes which are found in one or other of the languages of this family. But it must be remembered that he reckons by the form of the prefix only, so that the singular and plural forms of most words count as two, while the same form will sometimes answer to two or more forms in the other number. Dr. Bleek's arrangement is the most convenient for this purpose, which is the comparison of the formatives used in different languages. But I have not followed it in this work, because I think that for practical purposes such a classification should be used as will enable the learner who sees or hears the noun in the singular at once to put it into the plural. Prefixes may be counted up separately, but in practice we have to do with nouns, not with prefixes, and a noun cannot be put into a different class when it becomes plural or singular, without great risk of confusion. Thus in Fredu's Sechuana grammar, 4 and 6 are the plurals of 3, 10 and 6 are the plurals of 11, and 6 alone is the plural of 5 and 14. Can this be a clear arrangement? I have very little doubt that Dr. Bleek is right in regarding these classes as substantially the same with the genders in most of the European languages, which are even now only sex-denoting to a very limited extent. There is a distinction in Swahili as to words which denote living beings, called by Dr. Krapf, not very happily, a masculine gender, though it has no relation to sex, but to life only. It is very puzzling to a beginner, accustomed to languages which change at the end, to find the beginnings of words so very uncertain. Thus he hears that ngema means good, but when he begins to apply his knowledge, he finds that natives use for the English word good not only ngema, but mwema, wema, mema, njema, jema, pema, chema, viema, and quema. Again, yangu means my, but he will hear also wangu, zangu, changu, vyangu, langu, pangu, kwangu, and mwangu. It is necessary, therefore, to get at the very first a firm hold of the fact that in Swahili it is the end and not the beginning of a word which is its substantial and unchanging part. The beginning of the word, when taken to pieces, denotes its number, time, and agreements. The table of concords, prefixed to the section on adjectives, shows at one view the variables of the language, and when that has been mastered, the difficulties for an English student will be over. The various forms will be explained, and the nicer distinctions mentioned in the grammatical parts of the book. In the preliminary observations prefixed to the second part will be found an account of all the changes which may occur at the end of a word, changes which in practice are very soon mastered, relating, as they chiefly do, to a few points in the conjugation of the verb. There is a broken kind of Swahili in use among foreigners, Indian as well as European, which serves for very many purposes, though it is, of course, utterly useless when one has to speak with exactness, or on subjects not immediately connected with the ordinary affairs of life and commerce. Its rules may be briefly laid down as follows. If you are in doubt about how to make a plural, prefix ma, or use nyingi, that is, many. In conjugating the verb, always put the subject before and the object after it. For the present tense, prefix na. For the past, ma. For the future, ta. For no or not, use hakuna. It is wonderful how intelligible you can make yourself by these few rules, but it is just as wonderful what absurd broken stuff can be made to do duty for English. Let anyone, however, who really wishes to speak the language get the Table of Concords well into his head by any means he finds best for the purpose, and he will have no need to resort to broken and incorrect ways of talking. Swahili, like all languages of the same family, is very rich in verbs, and poor in adjectives and prepositions. There is nothing corresponding to the English article, the word when standing alone implying the indefinite article, while the definite article can, in many cases, be expressed by the use and arrangement of the pronouns, but still must often be left unexpressed. Though the verb is etymologically the most important part of speech, it is the substantive which determines the form of all the variable syllables. The substantive will, therefore, be first considered, and next the adjective, which very closely resembles it. The pronouns will come next, as it is by their help that the verb is conjugated, then the verb itself, and after that the minor parts of speech, adverbs, prepositions, conjunctions, and, last of all, the interjections. A sketch of the grammar of each part of speech, which aims at being sufficient for ordinary and practical purposes, is first given, and after that a list of words belonging to that part of speech, thus forming a combined grammar and English-Swahili dictionary. The second part consists of a Swahili-English vocabulary, and so completes the work. The Swahili language has been hitherto but little written by those who speak it, and they know and use only the purely Arabic alphabet. There are copies of religious and secular verses, and possibly other works, composed in the old and poetical dialect, which is not now, and I believe never was, thoroughly understood by the mass of the people. The modern dialect is used in letters, but they have always a string of Arabic complements at the beginning, and Arabic words and phrases freely interspersed throughout. Anyone who tries to read a letter or a poem written in Arabic characters will at once see why it is impossible to adopt them as the standard Swahili alphabet. It is absolutely necessary to have a good idea of what you are to read before you can read at all. The reason is that Swahili has 5 vowels, Arabic only 3, and of Swahili consonants the Arabic supplies no means of writing ch, g, p, or v, nor can consecutive consonants be written without shocking Arabic notions of propriety. Thus the Swahili are driven to write the b for p and mb, as well as for b, the ghain for g, ng, and ng, as well as for r, the fa for v and mv, as well as for f, the ya for ny, as well as for y, the sheen for ch, as well as for sh, and to omit altogether the n before d, j, y, and z. Initial vowels and consecutive vowels are only to be expressed by hamzas or ains. In the first piece of written Swahili I ever possessed, the story of the ox and the ass, the words ng'ombe and punda were written rube and buddha. It will be easily seen how imperfect and ambiguous a means of writing Swahili the Arabic character must be. An instance occurred while I was in Zanzibar of a letter written from Kilwa with the account of a fight, in which it was said that one of the principal men, amekufa, had died, or amevuka, had got away, and which it was, no one could certainly tell. The last two consonants were fa and qaf, with 3 dots over them. If 2 of the dots belonged to the first letter, the man was dead. If 2 belonged to the next letter, he was alive. But the dots were so equally placed that no one could tell how to divide them. If the Arabic had possessed a v, there could have been no mistake. It would no doubt be possible to express Swahili sounds by using letters with additional dots and affixing arbitrary sounds to the letters of prolongation, as is done in Persian and Hindi. But the result would puzzle a genuine Swahili and could never be quite satisfactory in any respect. There seems to be no difficulty in writing Swahili in Roman characters, there being no sound which does not so nearly occur in some European language that the proper way of writing it can be readily fixed upon, and illustrated by an example. When this is the case, there is no need to look for anything further. I think those who try to settle the alphabets of new languages are too apt to forget how essential simplicity is to a really good alphabet. If the Roman alphabet can be made to distinguish all the sounds used in that language, it does all for it that it does for any. To attempt to distinguish the sounds used in that language from the sounds used in another, or to mark all the varieties of tone which occur in speaking, is always useless and embarrassing, and not one man in 1,000 has sufficient accuracy of ear to do it properly. It is practically easier to learn to attach a new sound to a known letter than to learn a new sound and a new letter too, especially when the new letter has to be printed and written, and the learner is entangled in a maze of italics and letters with a point below and a point above, or a line through them, or some Greek letter which has not the sound one gives it in Greek, or some new invention which will fit well neither in printing nor writing, and looks at its ease neither as a capital nor a small letter. It generally happens that the sounds of a language, though not identical with those of another, correspond with them sufficiently to make the corresponding letters appropriate symbols. Thus an English and a French T are not identical, but which nation would, or ought to submit always, to put a dot somewhere about its T, to show that it is not the T, which it never will want to use, and never did, and could not pronounce if it met with it? Or to take a stronger instance, ought Germans, Englishmen, and Spaniards always to cross the tails of their J's, or print them in italics, or deform their books with new symbols, merely because they do not pronounce their J's as Frenchmen do theirs? End of section 1 of A Handbook of the Swahili Language as Spoken at Zanzibar by Edward Steere. Section 2 of A Handbook of the Swahili Language as Spoken at Zanzibar by Edward Steere. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Section 2. The alphabet. The vowels are to be pronounced as in Italian, the consonants as in English. A in father. B in bear. Ch in cherry, Italian C before I or E. D in do. D occurs very frequently in the Mombas dialect, where J is used in that of Zanzibar. AI in chair. F in fine, German V. G. G in gate, never soft as ingenious. H. H in hat. E. Double E in feet. J. J in joy, sometimes more like dy or di in cordial. French di, German dj, Italian gi. K. K in calendar. L. L in long. L and R are generally treated as the same letter. M in man. N in no. O in boy, more like au than the common English O. P in paint. R in raise, an English, not a Scotch, Irish, German or French R. CL. S in sun, German double S. It is never pronounced like a Z, or the English S in arise. S and SH are commonly used for one another indiscriminately. T in ten. T frequently occurs in the dialect of Mombasa, where CH is used in that of Zanzibar. U. Double O in tool. V. V in very, German W. W in win, French OU. It is merely a U pronounced as a consonant. Y. Y in yonder, German J. It is merely an I pronounced as a consonant. Y is frequently used in the Lamu dialect, where J occurs in that of Zanzibar. Z. Z in zany, German S. Z frequently occurs in the dialect of Lamu, where V is used in that of Zanzibar. There are several sounds introduced from the Arabic which do not occur in purely African words. R, gh, the Arabic ghain. It is a guttural G, resembling the Dutch G. It may be obtained by pronouncing a G, as nearly as it can be done, with the mouth wide open. Most Europeans imagine, the first time they hear it, that there is an R sound after the G, but this is a mistake. Kh, the Arabic kha. It is a very rough form of the German ch, the Spanish j, or the Scottish ch in loch. It resembles the sound made in trying to raise something in the throat. It may always be replaced in Swahili by a simple h, but never by a k. Th, the four Arabic letters th, dhel, tawd, and wa. The first of these is the English th in think, the second that in they. The third and fourth are thicker varieties of the second sound. In Swahili, they may all be replaced by a z. No attempt is ever made to distinguish the last three letters, but as the first is generally marked in pronunciation, it is in the first part of this handbook marked by printing the th in italics, wherever it is to be pronounced as in the English word think. The sound of the English th in that occurs in some Swahili as a dialectic variation for z. In vulgar Swahili, z is not merely put for the Arabic th, but th is also put for the Arabic z, as wadhiri, for waziri, a vizier. There are several compound consonantal sounds which require notice. Ch, ch, a very common sound, representing what is sometimes a t and sometimes ki in other dialects. C is not required for any other sound, as it can always be represented by k when hard and by s when soft. It would probably be an improvement always to write the ch sound by a simple c. Gn, c, ng apostrophe. Kwa, kw, represents the sound of QU in queer. M frequently stands for MU, in which cases it is pronounced with a half-suppressed U sound before it, and is even capable of bearing the accent of the word, as in mtu, a person, where the stress of voice is on the which has a dull nasal semivowel sound, not quite When M occurs before any consonant except B or W, it must have this semivowel sound. M standing for mu has generally its semivowel sound before U. Before A or E, it becomes mwa, and before O, it frequently loses the U altogether, and is pronounced as a simple N has frequently a nasal semivowel sound, a half-suppressed I being suggested by it. N has always this semivowel sound where it is immediately followed by ch, f, h, m, n, or s. Ny. Ny has the sound of the Spanish ñ, the French and Italian gn, the Portuguese nh, and the English ni in companion, only a little thicker and more nasal. Ng apostrophe is a peculiar African sound, much resembling the ng which occurs at the end of many English words. If we could divide longing, thus longing, without at all altering the pronunciation, it would come very near the African sound, which is never a final, because all Swahili syllables must end in a vowel. Some prefer to write this sound gn, as it represents the sound given by Germans and others to those letters, when they occur as initial letters in Greek. This sound must be distinguished from the common sound of ng, in which the g distinctly passes on to the following vowel, as in the English word engage. In ng apostrophe, both sounds are heard, but neither passes on to the vowel. Sh, is the Arabic sheen, the English sh, the French ch, the German sch. Sh and s are commonly treated as identical. P, t, k, ptk, and possibly some other letters have occasionally an explosive or aspirated sound, such as an Irishman will often give them. This explosive sound makes no change in the letter, but is an addition to it, probably always marking a suppressed n. Thus upepo is a wind, with both p's smooth as in the English, but the plural, which should regularly be mpepo, is pepo, with a strong explosive sound attached to the first letter. This explosive sound may be marked by an apostrophe. It is, however, very seldom necessary to the sense of a word, and is noticeably smoothed down or omitted by the more refined and Arabized Swahili. There are other niceties of pronunciation which a fine ear may distinguish, but as they are by no means essential, and are seldom noticed by the natives themselves, it is not worthwhile here to examine them particularly. As a rule, the vowels are all pronounced distinctly, and do not form diphthongs. When, however, a formative particle ending in a is placed before a word beginning with e or e, the two letters coalesce into a long e sound. It is not, however, even in such a case as this, always incorrect to pronounce the two vowels distinctly, though it is not usually done. The instances of and rules for this union of sound will be found where the several prefixes which give occasion to it are dealt with. When two vowels come together at the end of a word, they are often to the ear one syllable, and have the sound of a diphthong. They are really, however, two syllables, of which the former bears the accent. This is at once apparent in the Merima dialect, in which an L is put between the vowels. Thus kufa, to be of use, which sounds as if written kufa with an accent, is in the Merima dialect kufala. The shifting of the accent
sometimes shows that the vowels are really separate. Thus a common fruit tree is called Mzambarao, in which word the last two vowels apparently unite into a sound like that in the English word how. But when ni is added, making Mzambarauni, as the Zambaran tree, the name of one of the quarters of Zanzibar, the u is quite separated from the a, and the last two syllables are pronounced like the English ony, uni. It may be assumed in all cases in which two vowels come together that an L has been omitted between them, and will appear in some modification of the word or in its derivatives. The shifting of the accent above referred to takes place in obedience to the universal rule in Swahili that the main accent of the word is always put upon the last syllable but one, a rule which often changes the sound of a word so materially as to baffle a beginner in his endeavour to seize and retain it. The syllable ni is the chief disturber of accents, and words which end in it may be always suspected of being plural imperatives if they are verbs, or of being in what is known as the locative case if they are nouns. There are only a few words which end in ni in their simple forms. The formation or division of syllables is so closely connected with the powers of the letters that this will be a proper place to mention it. The rule is that all Swahili syllables end in a vowel, and that the vowel must be preceded only by a single consonant, or by one preceded by n or m, or followed by w or y. There are a few half-assimilated Arabic words in which double consonants occur, but there is a strong tendency in all such cases to drop one of the consonants and attach the other to the vowel which follows them. W can be placed after all the other consonants, simple and compound, except perhaps F and V. Y can follow F, N, and V. These two letters are used in the formation of verbs, W being the sign of the passive, and Y being used to give a transitive meaning. In several cases, Fy stands for Py. Py occurs in one word only, mpya, new. N can be placed before D, G, J, Y, and Z. M can be placed before B, and perhaps CH and V. M in these instances represents an N used as a substantival and adjectival prefix. Used in this way, N before B becomes M. Before L or R, it changes the L or R into D, making nd instead of nl or nr. Before W, it changes into M, and the W becomes B, making mb instead of nw. It is curious that W can be made to follow N without any change, but that N cannot be put before W. Before K, P, and T, the N is dropped, and they become K', P', and T'. Before the other letters CH, F, H, M, N, and S, it is merely dropped. The resulting syllables are not always easy of pronunciation to a European, as for instance in kunywa, to drink, nor is it easy to pronounce ngu or nda. But to a native such sounds present no difficulty, whilst he can scarcely pronounce such a word as black. Instances of the division of syllables will be found in the specimen of kinyume, which forms Appendix 1. Kinyume is made by taking the last syllable from the end of a word and putting it at the beginning, so that each instance is a specimen of the native idea as to what letters belong to the final syllable. Some Swahili are very ready at understanding and speaking this enigmatic dialect. At the head of each letter in the second part will be found some observations on its use and pronunciation. End of section 2 of A Handbook of the Swahili Language as Spoken at Zanzibar by Edward Steere. Section 3 of a Handbook of the Swahili Language as spoken at Zanzibar by Edward Steere. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 5.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Section 3. Substantives. Swahili nouns have two numbers, singular and plural, which are distinguished by their initial letters. Upon the forms of the substantives depend the forms of all adjectives, pronouns and verbs governing or governed by them. It is therefore necessary to divide them into so many classes as there are different forms either of substantives or of dependent words, in order to be able to lay down rules for the correct formation of sentences. For this purpose, Swahili substantives may be conveniently divided into 8 classes. 1. Those beginning with M, apostrophe M, MU, or MW in the singular, and which denote living beings. They make their plural by adding M, etc. into wa. Mtu, a man. Watu, people. The singular prefix represents in all its forms the syllable mu, mu, which is itself very rarely heard. Before a consonant, it is almost always pronounced as a semi-vowel m, with the u sound before rather than after it. Before a and e, the u becomes a consonant, and the prefix appears as mw, moi. Before o and u, the u is very frequently dropped, and the m alone is heard. The prefix is treated as a distinct syllable when followed by a consonant, but very rarely so when followed by a vowel. Mchawi, a wizard. Wachawi, wizards. Mjusi, a lizard. Wajusi, lizards. Mwana, a son. Wana, sons. Mwoga, or moga, a coward. Waoga, cowards. Mumishi, or mumishi, a cupper. Waumishi, cuppers. When the plural prefix wa is placed before a word beginning with a, the two a's run together and are seldom distinguishable by the ear alone. When wa is placed before a word beginning with e or I, the a flows into the other vowel and produces a long e sound. Mwenzi, a companion. Wenzi, companions. Mwivi, a thief. Wevi, thieves. 2. Substantives beginning with m, apostrophe m, mu, or mw, which do not denote living or animate beings. They make their plural by changing m, etc. into mi. Mti, a tree. Miti, trees. The same observations apply to the singular prefix in this class as in class 1. Mfupa, a bone. Mifupa, bones. Mwanzo, a beginning. Mianzo, beginnings. Mwembe, a mango tree. Miembe, mango trees. Mwiba, a thorn. Miiba, or miba, thorns. Moto, a fire. Mioto, fires. The names of trees belong to this class. 3. Those which do not change to form the plural. Nyumba, a house. Nyumba, houses. The simple description of nouns of this class is that they begin with n, followed by some other consonant. It is probable that ni is the ground form of the prefix of this class, since it always appears as ny before a vowel. The singular powers and antipathies of the letter N very much affect the distinctness of this class of nouns. As N must be dropped before CH, F, H, K, P, S, or T, nouns beginning with those letters may belong to this class. Note, there is nothing to show whether nouns beginning with these letters belong to this class or to the fifth. But it is always safest, in cases of doubt, to treat them as belonging to this class, unless some special largeness is intended to be intimated concerning them. Endnote. And as N becomes M before B, V, and W, nouns beginning with MB or MV may belong to it. There is a further complication in Swahili, arising from the fact that foreign words, except only foreign names of persons and offices, whatever their first letters, are correctly placed in this class. The popular instinct, however, refuses this rule, and in the vulgar dialect classes foreign words according to their initial letters, regarding the first syllable as a mere prefix, and treating it accordingly, see also page 20. In some cases, words are handled in this way, even in polite Swahili. Thus the Arabic kitabu, a book, is very often made plural by treating the ki as a prefix, and saying vitabu for books. Kamba, a rope. Kamba, ropes. Mbegu, a seed. Mbegu, seeds. Nyumba, a house. Nyumba, houses. Meza, a table. Meza, tables. Bunduki, a gun. Bunduki, guns. Ndizi, a banana. Ndizi, bananas. Njia, a road. Njia, roads. 4. Those which begin with ki before a consonant, or ch before a vowel. They form their plural by changing ki into v, ch into vy. Kitu, a thing. Vitu, things. Chombo, a vessel. Vyombo, vessels. Substantives are made diminutives by being brought into this class. Mlima, a mountain. Kilima, a hill. Bweta, a box. Kibweta, a little box. If the word stripped of all prefixes is a monosyllable, g must first be prefixed. Mti, a tree. Kijiti, a shrub. Mwiko, a spoon. Kijiko, a little spoon. Words beginning with ki may be turned into diminutives by inserting g after the prefix. Kitwa, a head. Kijitwa, a little head. Kiboko, a hippopotamus. Kijiboko, a little hippopotamus. In regard to animals, the use of the diminutive has a depreciating effect. Mbuzi, a goat. Kibuzi, a poor little goat. 5. Those which make their plural by prefixing ma. Kasha, a chest. Makasha, chests. Nouns are generally brought into this class by rejecting all prefix in the singular. If, however, the word itself begins with a vowel, j is prefixed. If it be a monosyllable, ji is prefixed. Thus j or ji is regularly omitted in the plural, but may be retained to avoid ambiguity, where the regular word would have resembled one formed from another root. Jambo, an affair. Mambo, affairs. Jicho, an eye. Macho, eyes. Jombo, a large vessel. Majombo, large vessels. If the word begin with e or e, the a of the plural prefix coalesces with it and forms a long e. This distinguishes disyllables with j prefixed from monosyllables with ji prefixed. Gino, a tooth. Meno, not mano, teeth. Foreign names of persons and offices belong to this class. Waziri, a vizier. Mawaziri, viziers. In the vulgar dialect of Zanzibar, all foreign words which have a first syllable that cannot be treated as a prefix are made to belong to this class, and ma is prefixed to form the plural. See page 18. Anything which is to be marked as peculiarly large or important is so described by bringing the word into this class. Mfuko, a bag. Fuko, a very large bag. Mtu, a man. Jitu, a very large man. Nyumba, a house. Jumba, a large house. If a word is already in this class, it may be described as larger by prefixing ji. Matanga, sails. Majitanga, great sails. Maji, water. Mafuta, oil, and other nouns in that form are treated as plurals of this class. 6. Those which begin with u in the singular, they make their plural by changing u into ny before a vowel and n before a consonant. Wimbo, a song. Nyimbo, songs. Udevu, a hair of the beard. Ndevu, hairs of the beard. This class is not a large one, but the formation of its plural is full of apparent irregularities produced by the letter n. 1. All nouns of this class which are in the singular dissyllables only retain the u in the plural and are treated as beginning with a vowel. Ufa, a crack. Nyufa, cracks. Uso, a face. Nyuso, faces. 2. Words in which the u is followed by d, g, j, or z take n in place of u. 3. Words in which the u is followed by l or r take n, but change the l or r into d. Ulimi, a tongue. Ndimi, tongues. 4. Words in which the u is followed by b, v, or w take n, but change it into m, and their first letter is always b. Ubao, a plank. Mbao, planks. Uwingu, a heaven. Mbingu, the heavens. 5. Words in which the u is followed by k, p, or t drop the u and give an explosive sound to the first letter. Upepo, a wind. Pepo, winds. 6. Words in which the u is followed by ch, f, h, n, or s merely drop the u. Ufunguo, a key. Funguo, keys. Nouns of this class are so few in Swahili that it is scarcely worthwhile to notice these distinctions. They are, however, important as explaining what would otherwise seem anomalies, and represent influences which have a much larger field in other African languages. Abstract nouns generally belong to this class. 7. The one word mahali, place or places, which requires special forms in all adjectives and pronouns. 8. The infinitives of verbs used as substantives. All infinitives may be so used, and answer to the English verbal substantives in ing. Kufa, to die, the same as dying. Quiba, to steal, the same as stealing. All substantives of both numbers may be put into what may be called the locative case by adding ni. This case has 3 great varieties of meaning, which are marked by differences in all dependent pronouns. 1. In, within. 2. Or, from within. 2. At, by, near. 3. To, from, at, of places far off. Nyumbani mwangu, in my house. Nyumbani pangu, near my house. Nyumbani kwangu, to my house. Mtoni, by the river. Njiani, on the road. Vyomboni, in the vessels. Kitwani, in the head. Mbinguni, in heaven. Kuangukani, in falling. The possessive case is expressed by the use of the preposition a, which see. The objective or accusative is the same as the subjective or nominative. In the following list of substantives, the plural form is given in all cases, in which, if commonly used, it is not the same as the singular. End of section 3 of A Handbook of the Swahili Language, as spoken at Zanzibar by Edward Steere.
Recorded by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in Oxford, England.
Section 0 of a Hebrew Grammar by Strack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hebrew Grammar with Reading Book, Exercises, Literature and Vocabularies by Hermann L. Strack. Translated from German by Archibald R. S. Kennedy. Second enlarged edition, Berlin, 1889. From the Preface of the first German edition. The superabundance of Hebrew grammars, which perhaps already exists, is not increased by the present work. It takes the place of the grammar of J. H. Petermann, 1845, and simply with a new title, 1864, which is now no longer in the market. It has been occasioned by a want which was been strongly felt by me for a considerable time. For the initiatory studies of the yearly increasing number of such as begin Hebrew at the university, the otherwise serviceable grammars at present in use are too extensive, besides being either too elementary or too difficult for beginners. Now, since the whole of the accidents must, for obvious reasons, be gone over in at most one term, I found myself compelled to occupy the greater part of the time with dictating. Since, however, a new alphabet had to be learned, at the same time this method was attended with serious inconveniences, and the necessity of a printed compendium became every day more apparent. May the book, which is now offered to the public as the result of many years' experience as a teacher, prove useful to others besides my own students. As already remarked, I have written in the first place for students wishing to prepare themselves in the shortest possible time for attendance on the easier exegetical lectures in the university and for the use of more extensive works of the Hebrew language. I feel justified, however, in hoping that my work, particularly since it has been materially enlarged in the second edition, will be found suitable for use in schools, since it discusses only the most important points, these, however, fully and clearly. Irregular forms not mentioned here may be explained by the teacher or looked up in the analytical appendix of the lexicons. That in a few places more is offered than is found even in the most of the larger grammars will not disturb the beginner and will be welcomed by not a few other readers. The present work differs more or less from the Hebrew grammars known to me in the following points. The vocabulary, with the exception of the exercises in reading, is taken as far as possible from Genesis and Psalms. All the Hebrew forms in the grammar and in the exercises really occur in the Bible. None have been constructed by the author. Such hypothetical forms as are adduced simply to explain the genesis of existing forms, and formations that are warned against, will in all cases be found transcribed in italics. Only too easily does the learner retain precisely that form which he must not use when it is presented to him in Hebrew characters, along with other forms. The object of the arrangement adopted in the paradigms of the weak verbs, which differs from that usually followed, is to render a mechanical learning by rote impossible. It should also be borne in mind that all complete paradigms contain forms that can be justified by no certain analogy. Should the teacher desire to complete any paradigm, he may profitably allow this to be done by the students themselves. It is a matter of experience that for years the study of Hebrew is no pleasure to many from the fact that they have not, at the very outset, overcome the difficulties inherent in the reading of unfamiliar characters. To remove these difficulties is the aim of the carefully arranged exercises in reading. In the exercises for translation, so much matter has been condensed into a few pages that whoever has thoroughly mastered the whole is sufficiently prepared to read the easier sections of the Old Testament, and is no longer in need of a reading book. I acknowledge with pleasure the assistance I have derived in my studies from the books cited on page 11 asterisk and the following. The following pages, however, are, directly or indirectly, almost exclusively the product of my own experience as an instructor. Should they contribute in some degree to a better preparation for the study of the Word of God as contained in the Old Testament Scriptures, I shall consider myself richly rewarded for the pains bestowed upon them. Berlin, West, May 6, 1883. H. L. Strack. Preface to the second German edition. The exceedingly kind reception which my book has met with on the part of both teachers and students has served as an incentive to bring it, so far as the shortness of time permitted, nearer what it aims to be, that is, a short yet scientific grammar of the Hebrew language for beginners. Apart from quite a number of minor additions and the short chapters 40 and 77, there has been added, first, almost the whole of the syntactical matter, that is, not only chapter 81 to 91, but the bulk of the syntactical remarks in chapters 17 to 19, 21, 39, 41 and the next, 46 and the next, 63 and the next. The introduction of a part of the syntax into the chapter on the forms seemed to me to be justified by a regard for the practical work of instruction, chapter 39, numerals, and with reference to the space saved. Secondly, chapter 12, which treats of the syllable and in which the remarks on opened and loosely shut syllables should be carefully noted. Thirdly, the exercises for translation have been enlarged by the addition of a number of sentences, which I have preferred to take from proverbs in order to give the student at least some acquaintance with the gnomic wisdom of the Old Testament. The wish to have connected pieces for reading and translation I have sought to comply with by adding for 6 extracts: 1 Samuel 9:25, 1 Kings 3, Psalms 121, 127, 130. Such explanatory notes as will enable the student to read them with the help of the appended vocabulary. In this connection, it may be observed that the student who has mastered this little grammar will be able, even without a dictionary, to read a considerable part of Genesis with but little assistance from the instructor. I have to thank Professor S.R. Driver of Oxford, whose excellent work on the use of the tenses has been special service to me for chapters 88 and 91, for detailed information on the recent literature in English. For pages 2* to 19*, I have preferred Latin to English in order that the type may be served both for the German and for the English edition. Berlin, August 15, 1885. H. L. Strack. Preface to the second English edition. In compliance with requests made to me from various quarters, I have prepared, as a complement to my Hebrew grammar, exercises for translation into the Hebrew language. In order to inspire the student with a greater interest in his work, I have taken special pains to furnish him at as early a stage as possible with sentences for translation, in addition to the bare grammatical forms. These exercises, like the grammar, are so arranged that the student may begin with the noun or with the verb, or may take them together if he so choose. If he elects to follow the first of the three alternatives just given, he will take the exercises in order, passing over, meanwhile, those sentences in which verbal forms occur, indicated by their position at the end and by two parallel bars. In the second case, the student, after finishing number 4, may turn at once to the verbal forms in numbers 24 to 30. In the third case, he will have to master, before number 5, the perfect kal, also the forms in number 24, before number 9, the whole of the kal, see numbers 25, 26, before number 10, nifal, piel, pual, see numbers 27, 28, before number 21, hifil, hofal, hithpael, see numbers 29, 30. By far the greater number of sentences are taken either verbatim or with such modifications as the plan of the work required from the Old Testament. Those who have had experience in such matters know that the making of such a selection is more difficult than to make up sentences for oneself, a task in which only too many have come to grief. To render these exercises available also for those who use the well-known grammars of Gesenius Couch, English edition by Dr. E. C. Mitchell, 1880, and of Professor A. B. Davidson, I have added the corresponding sections of these grammars at the beginning of each exercise. Since it is desirable that beginners should be furnished with a large number of connected passages for translation than is as yet to be found in the Chrestomathy at the end of the grammar, I have added in the shape of an appendix such explanatory notes as seem to me necessary for the study of Genesis 1 to 3 and Psalms 1 to 3. With the help of these, the student will be independent of larger works, as it will be sufficient for him to consult the vocabulary appended to the grammar. Should a new edition of the latter be called for, the notes here given will be joined to those I have already given, pages 47* to 50*. May these pages likewise contribute to a better preparation for the study of the Word of God as contained in the Old Testament Scriptures. Groß Lichterfelde, near Berlin, Pentecost 1889, H. L. Strack. Remark: A, E, O denote vowels long by nature or by contraction. A, E, O tone-long vowels. E and U stand for every long E and U. The position of the tone is indicated by accent. For example, meta, pausal form by adnach. Where no book is named, the quotation is from Genesis. Forms occurring only once are accompanied by a cross. Numbers in parentheses indicate how often a form occurs. For example, chapter 17e, Kehayom, 8 times. Numbers 2 and 3 in brackets with exclamation mark signify that a word may be explained in 2 or 3 ways. He for Yahweh Adonai, see chapter 9b. G means Genesis, Psi means Psalms, P is Peloni aliquis. End of section 0. Section 1 of a Hebrew grammar by Strack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hebrew Grammar by Hermann L. Strack. Section 1 Orthography and Phonology. Chapter 1 Alphabet. Hebrew is written from right to left. The alphabet consists entirely of consonants. Their form, names, transcription, pronunciation, and numerical value are shown in the table on the following page. Since the fundamental idea of any stem in Hebrew, as in the Semitic languages generally, is almost always conveyed by the consonants, for example, the three consonants G, T, L always express the idea of killing, whereas, for example, MTR in English may signify meter, miter, motor, major, matter. An alphabet that indicated the consonants only sufficed for the Hebrews. In doubtful cases, suitable consonants were employed as matres lectionis, that means to indicate the vowels. See Yod for I and E, Waw for O and U, rarely Aleph for long A. Concerning He at the end of the word, see Chapter 2b. 5 characters have a different form at the end of the word. See German End S and Middle S. Kaf, Mem, Nun, P, Sade. Vox memorialis, Kymnapes. Alphabet. Aleph, numerical value 1, Bet, numerical value 2, Gimel, numerical value 3, Dalet, numerical value 4, He, numerical value 5, Waw, numerical value 6, Zayin, numerical value 7, Chet, numerical value 8, Tet, numerical value 9, Yod, numerical value 10, Kaf, numerical value 20, Lamet, numerical value 30, Mem, numerical value 40, Nun, numerical value 50, Samech, numerical value 60, Ayin, numerical value 70, P, numerical value 80, Sade, numerical value 90, Qof, numerical value 100, Resh, numerical value 200, Sin and Shin, numerical value 300, Tau, numerical value 400. Chapter 2. When a vowel, a chatev, or a schwa mobile, or a loosely closed syllable immediately precedes, the consonants have a softer pronunciation than when this is not the case. 6 consonants have the harder pronunciation regularly indicated by a point, dagesh-lene, inserted in the letter. B, G, D, K, P, T. But W, R, D, Ch, F, Th. He, otherwise with dagesh, at the end of the word is usually only an inaudible sign that the preceding consonant is followed by a vowel. For example, that Rish, Bet, He is not to be pronounced Rav, but Reve, Rove, Rabbah, etc., according to the context. Note: This mater lectionis is especially employed when tau or yod has been dropped in pronunciation and thereafter in writing. Yod, when no vowel immediately follows, remains silent. 1. After e and e. 2. In the middle of a word, after shegol, for example, yadecha. 3. At the end of a word in the ending, au, also written au, for example, nashau, but goi, yadai, etc. Ein, a peculiar guttural differently pronounced in different words. See Arabic ein and rein. The hardest pronunciation may be approximately reproduced by r. Chapter 3. Classification of consonants. 1. Gutturals. Chet, he, ein, aleph. Vox memorialis, ahacha. 2. Palatals. Kof, kaf, gimel, yod. Vox memorialis, gichak. 3. Linguals. Tet, tau, dalet, and nun, lamet. Vox memorialis, dat, lenet. 4. Dentals or sibilants. Sade, sin, samech, zayin. Vox memorialis, sassash. 5. Labials. P, bet, mim, wow. Vox memorialis, bumaf. In regard to hardness of pronunciation, the following are identical: kof, tet, and sade. Kaf, tau, p, and sin, samech. Gimel, dalet, bet, and zayin. Waw and yod are semi-vocalic consonants. Lamet, mim, nun, and resh are liquids. Resh has several peculiarities of the gutturals. Chapter 4. Vowels. After Hebrew has ceased to be a living speech, a system of vocalization was invented and elaborated probably between the 6th and the 8th century after Christ, in order to preserve the proper pronunciation of the sacred writings. The current enumeration of 5 long and 5 short vowels as follows was introduced by Joseph Kimchi, 12th century. 1. Kames, a, yad, shav. 2. Sere, e, shem, ner, from nawir. Chek, ene. 3. Chirek magnum, riv, Dawid or Dawid. 4. Cholem, o and o. Mot, chok. Often cholem for o, for example, kol, alongside of kol. More rarely cholem for o. 5. Shurek, u. Arur, hayu. 6. Patach, a. Rak. 7. Serol, Egdal, L. 8. Chirek parvum, I. Im, Im. 9. Games Chatuf, O. Rochbo, Kol. 10. Kibbus, U. Chulda, Shulchan. Sogol is also used to indicate the open E sound, or arising by vocalic modification, Umlautung, out of A. For example, Zera, from Zar, Re'ena. Whether Kames is Kames or Kames Chatuf can frequently be determined only by a knowledge of the derivation of the form in question. For most cases, the following will suffice. Kames is long A both in an accented and in an originally open syllable. Kames is O in an unaccented closed syllable. For example, Chochma, 2 before a guttural with Chatef Kames. For example, Yoamat for Yomad. Ho Chaleti, Po Ali, Po Chali. Or with another Kames Chatuf, for example, Po Olcha. 3. In Kodashim and Shorashav, plural of Kodesh and Shoresh. Note: an exception to number 2 is the case where Kamesh is the vowel of the article, as in Ha'aniyah, Ba'aniyah, Ba'oniyah, from Ha'aniyah plus bet. Patach also indicates a short helping vowel, patach furtivum, which is inserted before a hard final guttural, he, ein, when preceded by a heterogeneous long vowel, that is, all long vowels except a. Ruach, Zorea, Siach, Gavua. See further chapter 65d. Kibbus appears frequently for Shurek, for example, Shuv as well as Shuv in Plene, Kumu and Kumu Plene. Very rarely Shurek for Kibbus, for example, Yulad. The employment in unpointed text of the vowel letters Aleph, Waw, and Yod as matres lectionis is called scriptio plena, their non-employment scriptio defectiva. Yakumu, Sukkot, and Dawit are written plene, Yakumu, Sukkot, and Dawit defective. When Cholem and Sin come together, the dot indicating Cholem is, in printed texts, either placed over the left or the right limb of the Sin. For example, Shomer for Shomer, Taphos for Taphos, or where it would coincide with the diacritical point of the Sin, dropped altogether. For example, Sorek, Moshel. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Hebrew Grammar of Strack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hebrew Grammar by Hermann L. Strack. Translated by A.R.S. Kennedy. Section 2. Chapter 5. Chewa and Chatef. 1. Chewa quiescens. Chewa quiescens simplex. Sign of the entire absence of a vowel stands in the middle of a word under every audible consonant that closes a syllable. For example, darko, mavdil, but matzata. See chapter 10c better. Note: for chewa in a loosely shut syllable, see chapter 12q. At the end of a word, 1. When the word ends in kaf or in two consonants. Lach, baruch, amart, nerd, at. But with aleph final, see chapter 10c alpha, chet, wayar. 2. In old, especially Spanish manuscripts, and in some printed texts, not uniformly however, in the second singular feminine perfect of the verbs tertier he and tertier aleph, for example, bear, prince, vökarat, Genesis 16:11, and though, feminine, callest, gilit, Jesaja 57:8, though, feminine, hast uncovered. 2. Chewa mobile simplex, vocal chewa. The shortest vowel, only, as it were, a slight vocalic glide, must be employed when the first consonant, except ahacha of a syllable of a word, has no longer a vowel of its own. Pene, ameda, yachperu, me alumim. 3. Chatef. In order to indicate distinctly the vocalic nature of chewa mobile, it has uniformly added to it under gutturals, rarely with other consonants, the sign of one of the three short vowels. Patach, shegol, kames. Chewa compositum or chatef. Especially common is chatef patach. See kevor and avor, tsarka and sahaka, under other consonants, particularly when a consonant is repeated in the middle of a word and the first is entitled to chewa mobile. Erara, sorarai, halalu, for hal-lulu. Chapter 6f. Sometimes, too, under resh before the tone. Baruchu, and after waw copulativum, uzahav, Genesis 2:12. Much less common are chatef shegol, especially under aleph, emor, Elohim, and chatef kames, ani, sari. Chatef serves besides in the middle of many words to facilitate the pronunciation of gutturals that would otherwise be quite vowelless. Yehzak, yehezak. See further chapter 10a4. Before chewa we find instead of chatef the corresponding vowel. It is, however, only a helping vowel and does not form a syllable. See chapter 12p. For example, ya'amod, plural, ya'amdu, yechezak, plural, yechezku, pa'ali, pa'alka. Chapter 6. Dagesh, Mapik, Rafe. Dagesh lene, a point placed in the bosom of a letter, is used with the 6 letters Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Kaf, P, Tau, Begat gefat. When these are not immediately preceded by a vowel, a schwa mobile, a chatef, or a loosely closed syllable, chapter 12q, for example, katavti, yichtov, kavda. Hence, after a conjunctive accent, see chapter 7e, pune to home, after a distinctive accent, on the other hand, otoki, Genesis 2:3, ishaki, Genesis 2:23. Note: many manuscripts place dagesh lene, according to chapter 2a, in all other consonants as well. It is, however, indefensible on the part of Baer to place dagesh lene, apart from begat gefat, only one after gutturals with schwa quiescens, for example, Psalm 10:1, ta'lim for ta'lim. Second, when a word begins with the same consonant with which the immediately preceding word ends. For example, Genesis 14:23, im mihut, Psalm 9:2, bechol libi. And even in these cases, Baer is not consistent. See H.L. Strack, Theologische Literaturzeitung, 1879, number 8, column 174. The point, usually called mappik, which indicates that he at the end of a word is to be sounded as a consonant, is also a dagesh lene. Dama, pronounce dama. Damah, mappik, is found 4 times in Aleph. First Genesis 43:26, Vayavi'u. Dagesh forte, in form the same as dagesh lene, is the sign of the doubling of a consonant. Yammim in Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Kof, P, Tau is served also as dagesh lene. Yipparet out of Yehinparet. Yitten out of Yinten. Dagesh forte is alpha, either dagesh essential or dagesh forte necessarium, when it is conditioned by the grammatical derivation of the form, that is, particularly when it occurs in the second of 2 consonants originally found in the form yamim for yamim, hillel for hillel, hishpati for hishpatti, natati for natanti. Better, or so-called dagesh forte euphonicum, for example, when a single consonant has been doubled from considerations of euphony, or when it is intended to indicate the vocalic nature of the schwa mobile. Examples, chapter 25, CE. On the different varieties of dagesh forte euphonicum, see Baer, to be read with criticism, Liber Proverbiorum, 1880, page 10 to 14, 15, König, 1, 53 to 60. Note: dagesh forte necessarium is not written 1. In a vowelless final consonant, for example, gan, stem, ganan, concerning the lengthening which in such a case generally enters by way of compensation. See chapter 11e. Exceptions: at, natat. 2. in gutturals, when often compensation lengthening, chapter 10a1. 3. Frequently in a number of consonants with schwa mobile, especially waw, yod, lamet, mim, nun, kof, and particularly before gutturals, the sibilants. Examples: Yivrim, plural of yiver, Haivusi, chapter 17, Vaihi, Vaichal, always with yod as prefix of the imperfect after waw consecutivum, chapter 64f. Halalu, chapter 5d, for halelu, lamnaseach, hineni, yiktu, bikshu, chapter 60b, kiso from kisse, yisu, yisu, milom for mileom, Genesis 25:23, mishmane for mishemane, Genesis 27:28-39, mikse for mikse, minkse, Genesis 8:3-47-2. Rafe, that means soft. A horizontal stroke over the letter indicates its softer pronunciation. In printed editions of the scriptures, Rafe is almost exclusively confined, not always consistently, however, to cases where it is meant to indicate that the absence of a dagesh or a mapik is intentional. In many manuscripts, also over Begat Kefat, in all cases where these letters have no dagesh. Chapter 7. The accents. In addition to the vowel signs, each word, except when joined to the following by Makef, chapter 8b, is furnished with one of the small signs which, from their significance, now in more than one respect lost to us, for a chanting of the sacred texts have been named accents. We have here to treat of them: A as signs of tone, B as signs of interpunction. A as signs of tone. Most of the accents stand beside the syllable that has the main tone or stress. For example, Bara Elohim and Kara Laila. 2 are found at the beginning of the word without regard to the position of the tone, accentus praepositivi. Yutiv esem, Genesis 2:23, and Telisha Gedolah Haares, Genesis 1:30. 4 at the end, accentus postpositivi. Segolta, Harakia, Genesis 1:7, Pashta, Laor, Genesis 1:5, Sarkar, Vayomer, Genesis 2:23, and Telisha Ketana, Vayiser, Genesis 2:7. In words that do not have the tone on the last syllable, a second pashta is placed over the tone syllable. Tohu, Genesis 1:2, but Genesis 1:5, Laor. Note, Bear, without sufficient authority, also repeats Segolta, Sarka, and the 2 Telishas, wherever these accents have otherwise not entitled to stand on the tone syllable. Shamata and Ishtecha, Genesis 3:11, Haares, Genesis 1:30, Vayiven, Genesis 2:22, instead of Shamata, Ishtecha, Haaretz, and Vayiven. B. A sign of interpunction. A distinction is made between disjunctive, distinctivi, masters, and conjunctive accents, conjunctivi, servants. The latter, indicating the close connection of their word with the following one, have all equal value for the understanding of the sentence. It is only for public cantillation of the sacred text that they have different values, one conjunctive demanding one height or modulation of the tone, another another. If, on the other hand, a disjunctive is immediately repeated, the first has the greater disjunctive value. Genesis 21:6, 22:8. In the same way, the first of the two conjunctives standing together has the greater connecting power. 1. Greatest disjunctives. Siluk, under the tone syllable of the last word in every verse, always followed by sof pasuk, the sign of the end of the verse. Atnach divides the verse into two halves. Elohim, Genesis 1:1. In short verses, this is often done by certain other accents. Genesis 1:13, 19:23. Segulta, postposition. In longer verses, the main divider before Atnach. Always after Sarka. Harakia, Genesis 1:7, also Genesis 1:28, 2:23, and often. 2. Great disjunctives. Sakef katon, we find instead Sakef gadol, first when the first accent in the verse, Genesis 3:10, Vayomer, or half verse, Genesis 2:20, Uladam, but V'ha'adam, Genesis 4:1. Secondly, immediately after another Sakef, Genesis 2:9, Hagan v'es, see Genesis 1:14 and often. But Shunehem Vayediu, Genesis 3:7. Revia often forms subdivisions in the Sakef sections. Elohim, Genesis 1:9, 14. 3. Small disjunctives. Pashta, postposition. La'or, Genesis 1:5, repeated when the word is not accented on the last syllable. Tohu, Genesis 1:2. For Pashta, Yetiv, preposition, when no conjunctive precedes and the tone rests on the first consonant. Esem, Genesis 2:23. Af, Genesis 3:1. Tifra, the disjunctive next before Atnach and Siluk. Bereshit, Hashamayim, Genesis 1:1. Tevir, Elohim, Genesis 1:4. Sarka, postposition, always before Segulta. Elohim, Genesis 1:7. 4. Smallest disjunctives. Geresh or Asla, Hamayim, Genesis 1:21. Instead, double Geresh when the last syllable is accented and the conjunctive Kadma does not precede. Puri, Genesis 1:21. Le Ramé, always before Revia. Esev, Genesis 1:29. Paser, Haromeset, instead 16 times Karne Fara, always after the conjunctive Galgal. Vihoshua bin Nun, Joshua 19:51. Telusha Gedula, great Telusha, prepositional, Deshe, Genesis 1:12. 5. Conjunctive accents. Merucha, eat, Genesis 1:1. Instead, 14 times double Merucha. Lo Yayin, Genesis 27:25. Munach, Bara, Genesis 1:1. Darga, especially before Tevir. Wayari, Genesis 1:4. Kadma, especially before Geresh. Yikavu, Genesis 1:9. Mahpach, Ben, Genesis 1:7. Telusha Ketanna, small Telusha, postpositional. Wayiven, paroxytonon, Genesis 2:22. 6. Rare accents are Shalshelet, with following pesik, for example, Waima'en, Genesis 39:8. One of the greatest disjunctives, only 7 times in the 21 books. Further, the conjunctives Galgal, 16 times before Karne Farah, and Me'aila, 16 times before Adnach or Siluk, generally to indicate the secondary tone. Wayise nach, Genesis 8:18. 7. 3 of the 24 books, that is, of the Old Testament, which is Psalms, Job, and Proverbs, have a different system of accentuation, generally called the metrical accents. In this there are 11 disjunctives, sinor postpositivum, deci prepositivum, 8 conjunctives, and 1 underservant. The disjunctives are, besides Siluk, Ole Vöjoret, halves larger verses, Roshaim, Psalm 1:1. Adnach, halves smaller verses, Psalm 1:4, and in longer verses the part following Ole Vöjoret, Psalm 1:1. Great Revia, Haish, Psalm 1:1. Sinor, postpositional, Halach, Psalm 1:1. Small Revia, immediately before Ole Vöjoret, Adonai, Psalm 1:2. Revia Muraj, that is, Revia with Geresh, before Siluk. V'hataim, Psalm 1:5. Great Shalshelet, Uchvodi, Psalm 7:6. Duchi, prepositional, Chataim, Psalm 1:1. Paser, Bukari, Psalm 4:2. Le Garme, either Mehupak, Le Garme, Aneni, Psalm 4:2, or Asla Le Garme, Adonai, Psalm 5:9. The conjunctives are Merucha, Munach, Iluch, Yitten, Psalm 1:3, Galgal, Tarcha, V'derech, Psalm 1:6, under the accented syllable, hence easily to be distinguished from Duchi, Mahpach, Asla, Shalshelet, Yeshuata, Psalm 3:3, only 8 times. In addition, an underservant, Sinorit, in an open syllable before Merucha and Mahpach. Yomam, Psalm 1:2, Kuma, Psalm 3:8. Chapter 8. Metek, Makef, Pesik. Metek, bridle, a small perpendicular line beneath the letters, thus same form as siluk, generally to left of the accompanying vowel, indicates the secondary tone, especially 1, in the second syllable before the tone when the syllable is open. Ha-adam, Genesis 2:15. Inichem, Genesis 3:5. If the syllable in question is closed, then metek stands in the third or even in the fourth syllable before the tone. Umehelvehen, Genesis 4:4. Ha-arbaim, Genesis 18:29. Second, with long vowels when followed by schwa mobile and by the tone. Ha-yuta, Teoldot, Yeshufcha. Distinguish accordingly between Chachma and Chachma. 3. Before Chatef in open or open syllables. Ya'ale, He'ela, Ma'amat, Soakim, Genesis 4:10, Yuzahav, Genesis 2:12. For Vav copulativum, chapter 46, 1 and 2 do not hold good, hence Ul Adam, Uvanot, Urvu, Genesis 1:22. Makef, a small horizontal stroke on the level with the top of the consonants, unites 2 to 4 words connected in sense more closely than is done by the serval accents, by making them one word as regards pronunciation and tone. Especially common with Makef are L, to, at, with, or sign of the determinative accusative. Call, totally, al, on, pen, lest, see the Greek proclitics, min, from, has always Makef. Et kol pene, Genesis 2:6, ki erom, Genesis 3:10, metek according to chapter 8a1. Ve'et kol asher lo, Genesis 12:20. Pesik or pasek, stopper, a perpendicular line between 2 words, prevents 2 logically connected words from being pronounced too quickly in succession, as if they formed but a single word. Pesik is chiefly found 1. When the first word ends with the same consonant with which the following begins. Ha-haya, ha-rumeset, Genesis 1:21. 2. When a word is repeated. Yom, yom, Genesis 39:10. 3. With the names of deity to secure a consciously reverent pronunciation. Elohim et, Genesis 1:27, to prevent the M being carried over to the following at, which would result in the word met, dead, being heard. Elohai Rasha, Psalm 139:19. After Begat Kefat, take Dagesh, even when preceded by a conjunctive accent. For example, Asu Kala, Genesis 18:21, Munach. Chapter 9. Kire and Ketiv. In not a few passages of the Holy Scriptures, a reading different from that furnished by the consonantal text was, for various reasons, traditional. Attention is called to these differences in printed editions and in most manuscripts by the consonants of the new reading, the kure, kure, usually but falsely keri, being placed in the margin while the vowels belonging thereto are added to the original reading in the text, the ketiv, which remains unchanged, only the so-called circellus masoreticus being added as a mark of reverence. Genesis 8:17 we find in the text half se, on the margin hai se kure, that is, instead of a traditional consonant hiv tse, which would have been pronounced ho tse, we have here to read hai tse. In the case of a few words of frequent occurrence, the marginal note and the mark of reference have been dispensed with so-called curae perpetuum. Who, she, only in Pentateuch, curae, he, ketiv, who. Jerusalem, nomen proprium, curae, Jerusalem, ketiv, Jerusalem. Yishachar, nomen proprium, curae, Yishachar. Ketiv, doubtless, Yishsachar. Na'ara, maiden, only in Pentateuch, curae, Na'ara, ketiv, Na'ar. The numerical forms Shunem, Shutem, chapter 39e3, are without doubt to be pronounced Shune, Shute. Ketiv, then Shunayim, Shutayim. The divine name Yod He Waw He, the proper pronunciation of which seems to be Yahweh, owing to his utterance being considered unlawful, has the vowels of Adonai, only Sheva for Chatef. Hence, Yehwa, in the same way with Min, chapter 44, Me Wa, Me Adonai, but after the prefixes B, K, L, Waw, Ba Adonai, Ka Adonai, La Adonai, Wa Adonai. See chapter 10, c4. Read either Ba Adonai, etc., or Be Yahweh, etc. Should Adonai stand immediately beside Iota He Waw He, the latter receives the vowels of Elohim. For example, Elohim Adonai, Psalm 109:21. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Hebrew Grammar of Strack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hebrew Grammar by Hermann L. Strack, translated by A.R.S. Kennedy. Section 3. Chapter 10. Peculiarities of certain consonants. 1. The gutturals ein, che, he, aleph. 1. Not dagesh forte, but either virtual doubling, dagesh forte implicitum, it is simply the omission of the dagesh, or, chapter 11e, lengthening by way of compensation, the former in decreasing, the latter in increasing frequency with che, he, ein, aleph. Article, chapter 17, hayom, ha-choshech, ha-ir, ha-or. Verb, shaber, shahet, maher, but ma'en, shivartem, mihartem, but meantem. Kutala, tohara, but kutalt, ruchast. 2. Preference for the vowel R, chapter 4d, 28d, 60d, 65. Sometimes also for original E. For example, so, chapter 28l. 3. No cheval mobile but chatef. Mostly chatef patach, with aleph for the kal before the tone syllable, generally chatef segol. Kevartem, avartem, amartem, but kevor, avor, amor. 4. The pronunciation of the gutturals in a closed pretonic and antipretonic syllable is often lightened by insertion of corresponding chatef, opening of the syllable, chapter 12o. Noun, malko, naaro, kotlo, paalo. Verb, chapter 65, feminine, masculine plural. Ektol, eevor, yaktil, yaamid, yaktal, yaamat, wayaktel, wayaaver, wayaamen. 2. Resh. 1. Not dagesh forte, but always lengthening by way of compensation. Article hayom, harakia. Verb kitaltem, birachtem, katel, barich, mekutal, mevorach. 2. Preference for a, especially as preceding vowel. See chapter 60d. 3. Chatef patach for cheval mobile, especially in some verbs mediae resh. Chapter 65r beta. 3. Aleph. 1. At the end of a syllable and word, aleph completely loses its value as a consonant. Hence, alpha, without sheva, yaft, wayar, nerd, chet, and beta, the immediately preceding vowel is lengthened because now standing in an open syllable. Katal, massa, niktal, nimsa, katalta, masata. Chapter 75a. 2. A preceding cheval mobile is often absorbed by the long vowel of aleph. Ma'atayim, 200 for me'atayim. Rashim, hats for re'ashim. Note also, third infinitive emor, say, with le becomes lemor, to say, dicendo. 4. Elohim with the prefixes b, k, le, v becomes Belohim, etc. Adonai retains after these prefixes the short vowel Badonai, Kadonai, etc. Hence, Bayahweh, etc. See chapter 9b. Note, in the verbs prima gutturalis, aleph at the end of a syllable has consonantal value. can, therefore, have schwa quiescence. See chapter 65 Hi. 4. He. He is elided in certain cases after schwa mobile. The vowel of he is then transferred to the preceding consonant. Article chapter 17e, verbs chapters 59d, 61e, 62a. 5. Vowel. 1. The soft semi-vocalic consonant vowel is merged in the homogeneous vowels o or u. Alpha, in the middle of a syllable, especially before a homogeneous vowel, whether preceded by a vowel or a schwa mobile. Cum, arise, imperfect, for quum, com, to arise, for kawom. Better, at the end of a syllable. Haktal, hurad, for huvrad, and under the influence of a preceding a contraction, yaktilu, yoridu, for yavridu, chapter 68. Gamma, at the end of a word after another consonant. Tohu, for tohvu. Delta, vowel copulative, chapter 46. 2. Original vowel at the beginning of a word has in most cases passed into yod. Yalat, peperit, for walad, see chapter 68a. 3. Transition of vowel to yod in the verbs medie yod, medie vowel yod, see chapter 72a. 4. Complete expulsion of vowel in the verbs medie vowel, see chapter 71 f, g, alpha, l. 6. Yod. 1. Yod is merged in a homogeneous long vowel, alpha, at the end of a syllable, end of a word, after I in I. Yitav for yitav. Bihuda for bihuda. After a, often contraction to e. Yaktil, yetiv for yaitiv. Chapter 69b. Suse, status constructus plural, chapter 21e, but with suffixes still sometimes susai, chapter 22f. Better, at the end of a word after another consonant, which has then to give up its vowel in i. Puri, fruit, for pari, chapter 30. Ani, misery, for oni. Yuhi and yuhi, see chapter 76b-c. 2. Compare besides chapters 31, 74. 7. Nun. Nun is assimilated to the following consonant, except when that consonant is a guttural or resh. Alpha, in the verbs prime nun, yiktol, yippol, for yinpol. Hiktil, hippil, see chapter 67a. Beta, also the final nun, the verb natan, give. For example, katalt, natat, kötaltem, nötatem, niktaltem, nitatem. Gamma, often in prose, almost without exception, in min. For example, mikedem for min and kedem. Delta, in those nouns of the form kattel, kittel, kuttel, whose second radical is nun. See chapter 26a, b. Chapter 11. Changes of vowels. 1. Vowels are unchangeable. 1. When they are long, either by nature or, as o in kochav, star, for kafkav, from kafkaf, with contraction, as u in most cases o, and also e. 2. In a doubly closed syllable, chapter 12e, for example, e in mikdash, sanctuary, mikdushe el, the sanctuaries of God, and in kikar, circuit, kikar hayarden he perichoros tu Jordanu. 3. In syllables with virtual doubling, mihartem. 4. When lengthening by way of compensation has taken place before the guttural or resh, mein, meantem. Note, exception to 2, accented patach is often in pause lengthened to kames. See chapters 60f, 61d. 2. Changeable, that is, may be shortened or in certain cases entirely dropped, are 1. Vowels made long by the tone long vowels, especially a and e in nouns. Chapter 24. Mikdash, oyev, enemy, plural, oivim. E and o in verbs, kittel, he has murdered, plural, kitlu, yiktol, he will kill, plural, yiktulu. 2. Pretonic vowels, that is, vowels originally short, which are lengthened owing to their position in an open syllable before the tone. Davar, word, plural, devarim. Enav, grape, plural, anavim. Katal, nekawit. Kutaltem, nekawistis. 3. Dropping and shortening of vowels. A. In the noun in an open syllable. 1. When the tone is thrown forward by an affirmative or status constructus, the vowel that stood in the syllable before the tone is dropped. Nasi, prince. Nusi haares, the prince of the land. Plural nesiim, nusi ehem, principes eorum. Nativ, path. Feminine, nutiva, do. 2. If 2 vowels are changeable, that vowel is dropped which, when the tone is moved forward, will stand in the second syllable before the tone. The vowel preceding the one just referred to, because now in a loosely closed, unaccented syllable, chapter 12q, is shortened, a being often thinned to e. Kanaf, wing. Kunafo, his wing. Kan fehem, ale eorum. Davar, word. Devaro, his word. Difrehem, verba eorum. For the treatment of changeable vowels in a shut syllable, see the chapter of the forms, especially chapters 24, 25. B. In the verb, the vowel of the second radical is dropped before accented affirmative beginning with a vowel. For example, the vowel of a syllable immediately before the tone. Noun, chacham, sophos. Chachama, sophē. Verb, chacham, he is wise. Chachma, she is wise. Noun, Yakar, precious, masculine. Yekara, feminine. Yakar, he is precious. Yakra, she is precious. Exceptions, see chapter 50a. Before accented affirmatives beginning with a consonant, chapter C applies. Katal, Kutaltem, Kutalticha, Nekawite. 4. Compensation. Lengthening appears wherever a dagesh required by the grammatical form has been omitted, a being lengthened to a, I to e, u to o. 1. When virtual doubling has not taken place, always before gutturals or resh, examples chapter 10a1b1. 2. At the end of a word, chapter 6f1. A, however, remains in most cases unlengthened. For example, em for im, chok for chuk, gan for gan. See chapters 26b, 73a, 74s. 5. Of the remaining vowel changes, the most important are those affecting patach. 1. Patach in an unaccented closed syllable very frequently becomes I. In the strong verb, regularly in yiktol, niktal, kittel, hiktil. In the noun, see divrei Yosef, the words of Joseph, for davrei. Divrehem from davar, chapter 25b. Pitya from Pat, chapter 26d gamma. Sitki from Satk, chapter 28a. 2. Patach becomes segol before cha and cho, and before unaccented ha and a, when the guttural is virtually doubled. Achai, my brothers. Echai, luchavot for lahavot, flames. Lachavot esh, flames of fire. More examples, chapter 17c. Exception, Hera, to the mountain, Genesis 14:10 for Harra. 6. Rise of new vowels. 1. The prefixes b, k, l, w before a guttural with chatef receive the corresponding short vowel. B and Edom becomes Be'edom. So Le'edom, Ve'edom. Chali and L becomes Lachali. Wachali, Asher and V becomes Ba'asher. So Ka'asher, La'asher, Wa'asher. Exceptions, Lemur, Belohim, Ba'adonai, Ba'Yahweh, Wa'adonai, etc. See chapter 10c. 2. B, K, L, chapter 45. Before Shua receive the vowel I. Devar Adonai, the word of Yahweh. Bitvar, Kidvar, Lidvar, syllable loosely closed. See chapter 12r. A following yod quiesces in I. Chapter 10f alpha. B and Yehuda becomes Bihuda. So, too, after vowel copulativum, Vihuda. 3. Vowel copulativum before schwa and the labials bet, waw, mim, p becomes u. Udbar, Adonai, Uwayit, Umelech, Upal. Chapter 46. Note before lip sounds the Babylonian punctuation waw with rafe, that is v. 4. In the syllable before the tone not only are originally short vowels lengthened, but even new vowels appear. Alpha, under the prefixes v, k, and especially l, see chapter 45. B, under vowel copulativum at the end of a sentence or part of a sentence, that is, after a large disjunctive and with words occurring in pairs. Yom wa layla, day and night. Tov wa ra, good and evil. Lechem wa mayim, bread and water. See Genesis 8:22. 5. In two consonants end, except at, though feminine, and second feminine singular perfect, katalt, etc., only a few forms from weak verbs, chapter 74, ot, a few words ending in aleph, s, shav, chet, and nard, kosht, truth. In all other cases, the pronunciation is facilitated by the insertion of a helping vowel, generally shegol. Hence, the expression shegolat forms in the case of gutturals mostly patach after yod, e. For details, see chapters 27 to 30, 36a, 65, 74. Chapter 12. Of the syllable. Commencement of a syllable. Silbenanlaut. Every syllable, and hence every word, must begin with one consonant. That is, neither with a vowel, or, single exception, see chapter 11, Gli 3, nor with two consonants. If the first consonant of a syllable, or a word, has no vowel of its own, it receives schwa mobile, chapter 5c, or with achach, chatef, chapters 5d, 10a3. Close of a syllable, Silbenauslaut, a distinction is made between 1. Open syllables, or those ending with a vowel, kumu, asita, oto, shana. He, see chapter 2b. They have always a long vowel. Exception, the verbal suffix ani, chapter 79e. Syllables ending in aleph are regarded as open. Katal, massa. See, however, chapter 10c note. Unaccented syllables with a long vowel are open. The following schwa is schwa mobile. Shomerim. 2. Shut syllables, or those ending in a consonant. Ka-tal, second syllable. They are called doubly shut, when the consonant closing the syllable is immediately followed by another consonant in the same word. Miswa, first syllable. Ka-talt, second syllable. If the two consonants are identical or have been made so, that is, if the vowel is followed by a consonant with dagesh, the syllable may also be termed sharpened. Hashishi, syllable 1 and 2. Unaccented, shut syllables have always a short vowel. Mavdil, first. Yulat first, Wayakam 1, 3, Wayamet 1, 3. Unaccented syllables with a short vowel are shut. Chazdu 1. In an accented shut penultima, we find only following vowels. Alpha, the tone-long vowels A, E, O. Yama, Yaronu 2. Hence neither E or U, nor yet the essentially, that is, by nature or by contraction, long vowels A, E, O. Better, the short vowels A, E. Katalta, Mimenu. In an accented shut ultima, all long vowels may appear. Of the short vowels A and E, sometimes even E, especially the two particles im, if, im, with, which, however, are often, as min, always, made toneless by makef, and the form Wayishp, chapter 74o alpha. 3. Opened syllables, that is, syllables whose originally double close has been removed by a helping vowel, 1, at the end of a word. Generally, a helping vowel, see chapter 11i, in most cases Segol, though also, especially when the last letter, or the last but one, is a guttural, patach. The accented vowel of the opened syllable is then in the most cases lengthened. See O, U to O. Kodesh, Rohav, Orach, I to E. Sefer, Shema, A to E. Melech, Zera. See chapter 28, C, D. If the last letter but one is a guttural, patach remains in the opened syllable unchanged. Na'ar, Da'at, Tochachat, chapter 36a, Waya'al, chapter 74o epsilon. If the last letter but one is yod, chirek is used as helping vowel. Patach remains in an opened syllable. Ayin, chapter 29a. Also, in the suffix form yich, for example, Elohayich, and in the dual ending im, ayim. In the epicopated imperfects of the verbs tertiae he, the lengthening of I to E is often dispensed with. See chapter 74 O gamma, for example, yigel for yigl. 2. In the middle of a word, the consonant closing the syllable, if a guttural, frequently receives, for ease of pronunciation, the chatef corresponding to the preceding vowel, without this vowel being lengthened. Examples chapter 10a4. Na'aro in syllables na'aro. The vowel remains unlengthened even when, instead of chatef, owing to its being followed by a schwa, the corresponding short vowel is written. See chapter 5f. Yechezak, plural, yechezku. Divide. Yechezku, yachalom, plural, yachalmu, yachalmu. 4. Loosely shut syllables. We call such syllables as were originally followed by a vowel, which has been dropped in accordance with the general laws in chapters 11c2 and 11d. That a syllable is loosely closed may be recognized by the fact that begatgefat retain their aspiration. The Cheval is not vocal, is not Cheval mobile. Examples to Chapter 11c2. Kanaf, kan pehem, kan fehem. Chapter 25a. Mülachim for Malachim. Malchehem, Chapter 28h. Chorbotayich, Chorbotayich, Chapter 35a. To Chapter 11d. Ya'amot, plural, Ya'amedu. Yecherad, plural, Yecheredu. Ne'esaf, plural, Ne'esefu. See Chapter 65 FHK. To the class of loosely shut syllables belong also such syllables as arise from the addition of the prefixes b, k, l to words whose first consonant is pointed with cheval. Lidbar, Chapter 11g2. Exception, l before infinitive kal, see Chapter 55d. Very seldom do we find a loosely shut syllable where no vowel has been dropped, see Chapter 28q. See also Habaita, Chapter 29a. Complete closure of a syllable contrary to a rule in Barkat, Chapter 34d alpha. Herpot, Chapter 35c. See also Beschaffkucha, Chapter 55d. Chapter 13. Of the tone. The principal tone in Hebrew rests generally on the last syllable. On the penultima, almost exclusively in the following cases. 1. When the last vowel is a helping vowel, Chapter 11i, hence in the dual. For example, Shunatayim, biennium. 2. Before kames with the following he locale, Chapter 20c, Ashura to Assyria. 3. Before the suffix nu, for example, Malkenu, our king. Shulachanu, misitnos, and before a few other suffixes, see Chapters 22, 79h. 4. The verbal forms ending in ta, ti, nu, perfect, na, imperfect, imperative. In the hifil also those in a, kames with following he, u, i. Katalta, katalnu, hiktila, yaktilu. 5. In the verbs medie vau and tertie geminate, the endings a, kames with following he, u, i, even in the other conjunctions, for example, kum, kama, she has risen, kamu, they have risen, kumi, arise, imperative feminine. 6. In a number of forms of the imperfect without affirmatives when vau consecutivum is prefixed. Chapter 64 g, k to n. 7. Several times in pause. See Chapter 14 g, h, e. 8. Frequently also to avoid the concurrence of two tone syllables. In a word with open penultima and long open or short closed ultima, when immediately followed by a monosyllable or by a word with the accent on the first syllable. The tone is generally shifted back to the penultimate syllable. Kara Laila, Genesis 1:5. Tochal Lechem, Genesis 3:19. Amat Sham, Genesis 19:27. Note 1. Thus, retrogression of the tone does not take place with a closed penultimer or from a long vowel in the closed ultimer, with the occasional exception of sere. Afar ata, a dust art thou, Genesis 3:19. Nor yet when the first word ends with a heavy suffix, nor when the distinctness of pronunciation would be affected. Shelusha ile. These three. Genesis 9:19. Lo yikare od. Genesis 17:5. Sere, when deprived of the tone in a closed ultimer, either receives metek, Navel sees, Jesaja 14:7-8, or is shortened to segol, see chapter 59f. Note 2. The tone never rests on the antepenultimer. Jesaja 14:18, 58, Job 12:15 are only apparent exceptions, to be explained according to chapters 5f, 12p, against Delitzsch on Jesaja 14:18 and in the preface to Bear's edition of Job, page 6. Chapter 14 of the Pause. 1. At the end of sentences and of larger divisions of a sentence, many changes take place in the accentuation and the vocalization, which are occasioned partly by general considerations of rhythm, partly by a special regard for the solemn recitation of the sacred text. 2. These changes appear uniformly with siluk, segolta, shalshelet, and adnach, often with zakkev in the books of Psalms, Job, Proverbs, chapter 7l, always with siluk, ole v'yoret, and in smaller verses with adnach, often with adnach after ole v'yoret, rarely with other accents. 3. The pausal effects are not the same for all accents. Ata, though masculine, for example, appears with siluk, adnach, and ole v'yoret as atta, with sakef and adnach after ole v'yoret as atta. See Genesis 3:19, Psalm 2:7. 1. Lengthening of the vowel. Alpha. Especially frequent is the change of patach to kames. Mayim, water, mayim. Laila, night, laila. Yasar, Pfingsit, Yassar. Shamarti, Shamarti. Zachart, Zachart. Yalatnu, Yalatnu. In shegolate forms, chapter 28g, Na'ar, boy, Na'ar, and in the same way, Eres, because ground form Ars, Ares. Zera, seed, Zara. Better, patach and segol in the ground form of the perfect piel become sere. Milat, milet. Diber, he has spoken, diber, chapter 60d e. Note, monosyllables with patach remain in most cases unchanged. But, Genesis 30:21, at, Genesis 49:27. 2. Vowel changes. Sere sometimes becomes patach. Hefer, Fregit. Hefar, Yelich, Ibit. Wayelach. Yikatel, Wayigamal, and he was weaned. Better, Sere becomes Kames in the perfect, imperative, imperfect Hitpael, because there originally Chapter 62d Gamma. Gamma, Cholem sometimes becomes Kames. Kaasher, Shachalti, Shacholti, Genesis 43:14. Oz, Genesis 49:3. Yitrov, Genesis 49:27. 3. Retrogression of the tone. Anochi, I. Anochi, Ata, Aru, Leiber, Psalm 137:7. 4. Retrogression of the tone with lengthening of the vowel. Ata, Ata, Ata now, Ata. 5. Retrogression of the tone with restoration or and lengthening of a vowel that has been reduced to schwa. Alpha, especially frequent in the verbs. See chapter 11d. Natan, he has given, feminine, natuna, natana. Male, he is full, plural, malu, maleu. Yishmor, he will keep, plural, yishmeru, yishmoru. Shema, hear, imperative, plural, shimu, shema'u. Yulat, he was born, plural, yuledu, yuladu. Better, in masculine shegolate forms from tertiary he stems, chapter 30c, for example, puri, fruit, originally pari, chapter 10f beta, peri, chali, sickness, choli, gamma, before the suffix cha, thy, the, masculine, davar, devarucha, thy word, devarecha, yishmor, yishmarcha, he will keep thee, yishmerecha. Before the full endings of the imperfect un and in, the reduced vowel is restored in pause as a long vowel without retrogression of the tone. Yilkotul, tirbakin. 7. In the imperfect, the accent with a vowel consecutivum, as drawn to the penultimate syllable, is restored to the ultima, whereby certain vowel changes are occasioned. See chapter 64 G. M. End of section 3. Section 4 of a Hebrew grammar by Strack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hebrew Grammar by Hermann L. Strack. Translated by A. R. S. Kennedy. Chapter 15. Personal pronoun, especially the pronomen separatum. I, Ani, Anochi. Thou, Ata. Remark, 5 times getippt Defektive at. End of remark. Feminine at. Remark 7 times ketib ati, read ati, originally with the ending in. See chapter 51b, 53b. End of remark. He, who, she, he. Remark in the Pentateuch often hu ketib, Kyrie perpetuum, see chapter 9b. End of remark. We, nachnu, anachnu. Remark once ketib anu. End of remark. You, atem. Remark originally you in the second syllable. See chapter 51b. End of remark. Feminine Athen, Athena. They, him, hima. Feminine hinna. Remark hen without demonstrative a, only after prefixes, for example, bahen, see chapter 45. End of remark. Forms in pause: anochi, ani, ata, chapter 14c, anachnu. Arabic forms: singular first ana, second anta, feminine anti, third huwa, feminine hiya, plural first nachnu, second antum, feminine antunna, third hum, feminine hunna, dual antuma, huma. The forms enumerated in this chapter express the nominative case only. The other cases are indicated in part by very much shortened modifications which are attached to the word qualified and unite with it to form one whole, suffix pronouns, generally for shortness suffixes. The suffixes attached to nouns denote the genitive, those joined to verbs the accusative. For details on the nominal suffix see chapter 22, on the verbal suffix chapters 78 and the following. On the suffixes to particles see chapters 40 and the following. Chapter 16. The remaining pronouns. The demonstrative pronoun is se, this, feminine sot, plural communis ele. Examples of its use see chapter 17h. Hayom, ha se, this day, se hayom, this is the day. Hat varim ha ele, these words. Ele b'nei Shem, these are the sons of Shem. Secondary forms in the Pentateuch: ha-ish halazeh, this man, Genesis 24:65. He-arim ha-el, these towns, Genesis 19:25. Note 1. Ze also as adverb: 1. Here, 2. Now. Note 2. The separate pronoun of the third person is also used as demonstrative pronoun. Ha-ish ha-hu, that man. The three forms of the relative pronoun, asher, zu, poetic, and she, especially North Israelitish and late, stand for all numbers and genders. The very common asher serves in fact as nota relationis. Hence it confers, in the first place, relative signification to following pronouns and adverbs. For example, bo in him, asher bo in which, sham there, asher sham where. See chapter 21h. Secondly, it is used in place of some conjunctions, that, because, when. See chapter 87. The interrogative pronoun mi, who, ma, what, is sometimes used also for the indefinite pronoun quisquis, quicunque. Note: ma retains kames with disjunctive accents. Further, always before aleph and resh, generally before he, when this latter has not kames. Before non-gutturals, we write ma followed by dagesh and usually makef. Ma luchar, ma lach. Before ha, ta, a, sometimes also at the beginning of a sentence, the pointing is me. See chapter 11f2. Me hatati and me hasita, Genesis 29. Mi se, ma sot, see chapter 42g. Chapter 17. A. The article in Hebrew, as also for example in Greek, was originally a demonstrative pronoun. See hayom, this day, today, Genesis 4:14. Halayla, this night, Genesis 19:34. Hapa'am, this time, at last, Genesis 2:23. Ka'et machar, tomorrow at this time. Note: this pronominal force also shows itself when the article is joined to the finite verb. Haba'a, Genesis 18:21, 46:27, see chapter 76h. Benu hanulatlo, his son that was born to him. Genesis 21:3. See also hashok v'hi'aliyah, the thigh and what was thereon, the fat. 1 Samuel 9:24. As shown by examples just quoted, the article is usually written ha, followed by dagesh forte. The dagesh is dropped according to chapter 6f, especially when y or a participle pl follows. Haibusi, haikum, hamargelim. When followed by a guttural, chapter 10a1, the article takes alpha, segol, before unaccented ha and a, as also before cha and cho, chapter 11f2. Heharim, he'arim, he'awon, he'chag, he'chacham, he'chadashim. Beta, kames, before ein in the other cases, and always before aleph, resh. For example, ha'am, ha'evet, ha'avadim, ha'or, ha'ra'av. Gamma, before he and che in the other cases. For example, hahu, ha'ichal, ha'chachama, ha'chachachma, ha'chodesh. Exceptions: to beta Iwer, blind, takes ha to gamma, ha, the mountain, hara, towards the mountain. Hahem and hahema, those. Hachai, the living one. Genesis 6:19. Eres, earth, country, with the article becomes haares. On har, par, am, see chapter 26, c epsilon. After the prefixes b, k, l, chapter 45, the he of the article is elided together with the preceding schwa. Hamayim, the water, bamayim, in the water, lumayim, to the water, kumayim, like the water, haor, the light, laor, to the light, hachoshech, the darkness, lachoshech, to the darkness, he-ashan, the smoke, ke-ashan, like the smoke. Exception, ke-hayom, 8 times, Genesis 39:11, etc. B. Use of the article. The article in Hebrew differs from the article in English in being found 1. With well-known material and class names. Abram was very rich, bamikneh, bakesef, uvazahav, in cattle, in silver, and in gold. Genesis 13:2. Pitchit bakofer, with pitch. Genesis 6:14. 2. With many abstract nouns, especially with physical and moral defects. Struck them, basanverim, with blindness. Genesis 19:11. 3. Frequently with names of towns when the recollection of the appellative signification was still preserved. Ha'ai, harama. 4. With the vocative of nouns otherwise qualified to receive it. Ha-melech, O king. 5. With comparisons when the tertium comparationis is regarded as attribute of the class to which the object employed in the comparison belongs. He staggers, ka shikor, because all drunken men stagger, like a drunken man. Isaiah 1:18. If our sins be red, ka shanim, like scarlet, they shall become white, ka shelek, as snow. If they be red, ka tula, like crimson, they shall become ka semer, like wool. See Edward Riem on Psalm 17:12 in Hermann Hupfeld, Die Psalmen 1, 445-446. The article is not employed, however, when the tertium comparationis is affirmed of only a part of the class. The article does not stand 1. Before substantives that are determined by a following genitive or suffix. Devar Adonai, the word of Yahweh. Devari, ho logos mu. 2. Often in poetry. Psalm 2:2, Eres, but after b, k, l, usually as in prose. Bamishpat, Psalm 1:5. Bashamayim, Psalm 2:4. The article with adjectives. Ha'ir Hakdolah, the great city. So usually with the demonstrative pronoun. Ha'ish hazeh, this man. Balailahu on that night, Genesis 19:35, though also Balailahu, Genesis 19:33, and others, doubtless for reasons of euphony. Mishbuati zot, from this my oath, Genesis 24:8. End of section 4. Section 5 of a Hebrew grammar by Hermann L. Strack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hebrew Grammar by Hermann L. Strack. Translated by A.R.S. Kennedy. Chapter 18. Gender. The Hebrew language has no special forms for the neuter. Where other languages use the neuter, we find in Hebrew mostly the feminine plural, and not unfrequently the masculine plural or feminine singular. For example, Bah eda, thereby shall I know, Genesis 24:14. Note, the masculine, as the superior gender, stands not unfrequently for the feminine, especially in the suffix pronouns. Sitmum, they stopped them. The wells hab-erot, feminine, Genesis 26:15. Avichem, your father. Leah and Rachel are addressed, Genesis 31:9. The masculine singular has no termination. The old termination tau of the feminine singular is still preserved, alpha, after u and i. Galut, edut, misrit, burit. Better, when a helping vowel, shegol or patach, chapter 36a, has been inserted after the immediately preceding consonant. Ma'achelet, knife, for ma'achalt. Tochachat, reproof, for tochacht, especially in participles. Yoledet, a woman in childbirth, for yolat. Gamma, seldom as at in barkat, emerald, and in proper names sarpat, givat. The tau of the old ending at has been in almost all cases dropped, the a, now standing in an open syllable, lengthened to a, and, as an indication of this, he, rendered superfluous, however, by the introduction of the vocalization, added as mater lectionis, see chapter 2b. Miswa, commandment, for miswat, see chapter 21d. Chapter 19. Number. Besides the singular and plural, there is also a dual in Hebrew, which is formed almost exclusively, however, from names of things that occur in pairs. The ending of the dual is ayim, raglayim, feet, alpayim, 2000. The masculine plural ending is im, also defective im. The feminine ot, also defective ot. Ed, witness, edim, davar, devarim, goy, people, goyim, pronounced goyim, sadiq, righteous, Sadikim, Sadikim, and Sadikim. Sukkah, booth, Sukkot, and Sukkot. Note 1. Many words with the termination of the feminine singular have im in the plural, for example, Shana, year, Shanim. Vice versa, Av, father, Avot, Chalom, Chalomot. Note 2. The plural in Hebrew not only denotes a numerical plurality, but also serves to indicate other relations, especially in the case of abstract nouns. Note further the internally multiplying plural, for example, Adon, Lord, Adonim, lords and lord. Adonenu, our Lord, see German unsere Herrschaft, 1 Samuel 25:14. Chapter 20, Case. Hebrew had originally 3 case endings. See in Arabic, Al-Kitabu, nominative the book, Kitabun, a book, Arajulu, the man, Kitabu Rajuli, the book of the man. Genitive, Al-Kitabi, the book, Kitabin, a book, Arajuli, the man. Accusative, Al-Kitaba, the book, Kitaban, a book, Arajula, the man. Note, if the genitive is determined, that means is a proper name or has the article, the nomen regens is regarded in Hebrew as in Arabic as likewise determined. In biblical Hebrew, these endings are preserved only in a locale and as meaningless affix syllables, for the most part as archaisms in the poetry. Alpha, a of direction, see our suffix ward, almost always unaccented. Misraim, Egypt, Misraima, to Egypt. Bait, Habaita, to the house. Eres, Arsa Canaan, to the land of Canaan. Remark, Canaan has dagesh forte conjunctivum, see chapter 6e better. End of remark. Ha-Chusa, Ha-Negeba, Ha-Shamaima, Ha-Hara. Entirely meaningless is the ending a, for example in Laila, night. Modern Greek, Inuchtha. Better, o and e, especially in the status constructus, see chapter 21a. Behaito eres, Genesis 1:24. Beno beor, Numeri 24:3. Genufti, Genesis 31:39. Beni en Osri, Genesis 49:11. Malkisedek, Genesis 14:18. Hence, in many cases, for example, always in the masculine singular of nouns with unchangeable vowels, the genitive and accusative are quite the same as the nominative. Examples: alpha, genitive. Shen, ivory. Kiseh Shen, a throne of ivory. Kiseh Dawid, the throne of David. Yoser, potter. Kli Yoser, a potter's vessel. Hana'ar, the boy. Kol Hana'ar, the boy's voice. Better, accusative. Masa Ezer, he found help. Isharakti, a man have I slain. Vaichal Mulach To, and he finished his work. Nasachti Malki, I have appointed my king. The determined accusative is often, especially in prose, indicated by prefixing et or et. In the beginning, God created et hashamayim vet haares. En shiber et kain. Thou hast scattered et kol oivai, all my foes. Chapter 21. A. The construct state. In expressions such as the voice of the boy, a vessel of a potter, the second substantive, the genitive, as the subject to which something is assigned, has the main tone or stress. The first word, the nominative, is pronounced more rapidly with less stress. This explains the fact that in Hebrew the first substantive is, if possible, shortened, especially in regard to its vocalization. The rule chapter 11c is here applied as if the nominative were unaccented and the second word a monosyllable or had the accent on the first syllable. Nagid, prince. Nugid Sor, the prince of Tyre. Further examples see below. The first member of such a connection, indeed, every noun, the nomen regens, closely connected with the following word, stands in the status constructus, construct state. Status absolutus, absolute state, is the name used to designate the unshortened form of the noun when not intimately connected with the following word. In consequence of the intimate relation of the first word to the genitive, the old ending at, see chapter 18c gamma, has maintained itself in the status constructus of the feminine singular in place of the later a. Miswa, miswat Adonai, the commandment of Yahweh. The status constructus of the masculine plural ends in e, formerly I, see chapter 10f alpha. Gibor, Giborei Moav, the heroes of Moab. Kochav, plural, Kochavim, constructus, Kochve Hashamayim, the stars of heaven. Chacham, plural, Chachamim, constructus, Chachme Pharao, Pharaoh's wise man. Remark: Pharao is regarded as tone syllable according to B. Me, syllable before the tone. Cha loses its vowel according to chapter 11c2. Finally, the vowel of che must be short because now standing in a shut, unaccented syllable. End of remark. The ending of the status constructus of the dual is the same. Enayim, Ene Adonai, the eyes of Yahweh. Raglayim, Ragle Haish, the feet of the man. In feminine plural, the ending of the status constructus is the same as that of the status absolutus. Miswa, ha-miswot, the commandments. Miswot Adonai, the commandments of Yahweh. B. Use of the construct state. The status constructus serves to indicate not only the subjective but also the objective genitive. Yirat Adonai, the fear of, one feels towards Yahweh. Za'akat Sodom, the cry regarding of Sodom, Genesis 18:20. Before suffixes, chapter 22b, Hamaso, his wrong, Psalm 7:17. Hamasi, the wrong towards me, Genesis 16:5. The status constructus can likewise stand, 1 before prepositions. Achat mimenu, one of us, Genesis 3:22. Simchat bakasir, the joy in the harvest, especially after a participle. Yoshve ba, Psalm 24:1. Mashkime baboker, Jesaja 5:11. Mishtaela, Genesis 24:21. 2 before relative clauses that stand virtually in the genitive. Mekom asher Yosef asur sham, the place where Joseph was bound, Genesis 43, especially with such as are not introduced by Asher. For example, Beyom hisil Adonai oto, on the day in which Yahweh had saved him, Psalm 18:1. Kiryat Chana Dawit, the city where David had encamped, Jesaja 29:1. More in chapter 87h.m. End of section 5. Section 6 of a Hebrew grammar by Strack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hebrew Grammar by Hermann L. Strack, translated by A.R.S. Kennedy. Chapter 22. The noun with unchangeable vowels. Paradigm on page 40 and the following. The derivation of the suffixa nominis from the pronomen absolutum is particularly well seen in the first plural. With edenu and edenu compare anu. This example shows at the same time that the pronoun, on being affixed, is mutilated at the beginning. See patermu with pateremu. With the change of tau to kaf in the second person, ata, cha, atem, chem, compare the reverse change in the inflection of the verb, chapter 51c. The nominal suffixes denote the genitive and are attached to the status constructus, see chapter 21f. Forms like mikdashecha, chapter 24a, mulachenu, chapter 28g, are only apparent exceptions. A distinction is made between light and heavy suffixes. The heavy suffixes are chem, chen, hem, hen. Between the singular noun ending in a consonant and such suffixes as begin with a consonant, there is generally inserted a union vowel, Bindevokal, see chapter 79e. This vowel is e with suffix, second feminine singular, edech and first plural edenu, a with suffix, third person, edo, o from ahu, eda, edam, am from ahem, edan and second masculine singular in pause, edecha, chapter 14e gamma, echa, half lengthening for acha. Cheval mobile with suffix second masculine singular, educha, hence miswatucha, with kames. The union vowel has often been completely dropped before the heavy suffixes. Miswatchem, miswatchen. In educhem, cheval mobile, because the vowel of the stem is unchangeable. Note: chem, chen retain their aspirated pronunciation even after a shut syllable, contrary to chapter 6a. Nachalatchem, see German Papachen alongside of machen. Forms without union vowel, singular second person feminine ch, third masculine hu and wu, third feminine ha, plural first nu, third masculine hem, third feminine han, are appended to av, ach, ham, pe, whose status constructus ends in a vowel, chapter 38. Likewise, in part, for the same reason, to nouns from tertiaire he stems, chapters 30c, 31. Finally, always to the status constructus of the masculine plural. In appending suffixes to masculine plurals, the old forms of the status constructus ai is taken as the ground form. Edai, edaich, edav. Before the second masculine singular and the third feminine singular, it becomes e. Edecha, edeha. Before the suffixes of the plural, e, edenu, etc. In appending suffixes to the plurals in ot, a twofold indication of the plural is found almost without exception. See a masculine in addition to the feminine ending, miswotai instead of miswot and i, ai, entolaimu. Only the suffixes, third plural, am, an, are attached quite as frequently to the simple plural ending ot. We find always chemotam, chemotan, dorotam, mostly avotam, patres eorum suos, not till later avotehem. Only the following have a special form in pause: first singular and second feminine singular in the plural and dual, enai, enai, enaich, enaich, as also second masculine singular, kolecha, kolecha. Rare forms of suffixes in singular, alpha, second masculine singular, cha for cha, according to chapter 2b, yaducha, thy hand, see lucha, boacha, chapter 76h. Better, third masculine singular, hu, especially luminehu for lumino, after its kind, union vowel e. Re'ehu, his neighbor, because rea is a contraction from re'e. O, etymological spelling for o, for example, ahalo, his tent. Gamma, third feminine singular, sometimes a for ah. Delta, First plural anu, thus always kulanu, Genesis 42:11 and elsewhere. See Lanu, chapter 45b. Epsilon, third masculine plural poetically Helbamo, their fat, Piryamo, their fruit, Pimo, their mouth. See Lamo, chapter 45c. Yevahalemu, chapter 79c. Zeder, third feminine plural Kirbena, their inward part. Genesis 41:21. Leyachmena, infinitive PL, Genesis 30:41. Kulana, et al., literally summa earum, feminine is neuter, chapter 18a. Levadana, Genesis 21:29. Levadehen, Genesis 21:28. Rare forms of suffixes in the plural, alpha. Third masculine plural, avotemo, moserotemo, Psalm 2:3. Better, written defective, that means with omission of the yod, for example, devarecha, thy words, for devarecha. Often not to be distinguished from devarecha, thy word, pause form of devarecha, luminehem, Genesis 1:21, umehelvehen, Genesis 4:4. Ed, witness, singular. Ed sheker, a lying witness, literally testis mendacii, that means testis mendax. First singular, edi, my witness. Second masculine singular, educha, thy witness. Second feminine singular, edich, thy witness. Third masculine singular, edo, his witness. Third feminine singular, edah, her witness. First plural, edenu, our witness. Second masculine plural, educhem, your witness. Second feminine plural, educhen, your witness. Third masculine plural, edam, their witness. Third feminine plural, edan, their witness. Plural, edim, witnesses. Ede sheker, lying witnesses. First singular, edai, my witnesses. Second masculine singular, edecha, thy witnesses. Second feminine singular, edaich, thy witnesses. Third masculine singular, edav, his witnesses. Third feminine singular, edea, her witnesses. First plural, edenu, our witnesses. Second masculine plural, edichem, your witnesses. Second feminine plural, edichen, your witnesses. Third masculine plural, edihen, their witnesses. Third feminine plural, edihen, their witnesses. Miswa, commandment. Singular, miswat Adonai, the commandment of Yahweh. First singular, miswati, my commandment. Second masculine singular, miswatucha, thy commandment. Second feminine singular, miswatich, thy commandment. Third masculine singular, miswato, his commandment. Third feminine singular, miswatah, her commandment. First plural, miswatenu, our commandment. Second plural, masculine, miswatuchem, your commandment. Second feminine plural, miswatuchen, your commandment. Third masculine plural, miswatam, their commandment. Third feminine plural, miswatan, their commandment. Plural, miswot, commandments. Miswot Adonai, the commandment of Yahweh. First singular, miswotai, my commandments. Second masculine singular, miswotecha, thy commandments. Second feminine singular, miswotaich, thy commandments. Third masculine singular, miswotav, his commandments. Third feminine singular, miswotea, her commandments. First plural, miswotenu, our commandments. Second masculine plural, miswotichem, your commandments. Second feminine plural, miswotichen, your commandments. Third masculine plural, miswotam, their commandments. Third feminine plural, miswotan, their commandments. Chapter 23, Masculines with changeable vowel in the penultima. See the phonetic law, chapter 11, C1. Nasi, Nusi Haares, the prince of the land. Nusim, Nusie Israel, Nusiea, with final guttural, alpha. Patach furtivum. Hamashiach, Moshiach Adonai, but Moshihi, etc. With final aleph, Navi, better, before Cha, Chem, Chen, Chatef Patach, Nuviachem. If the word begins with a guttural, chapter 10a3 takes effect. Avon, Avon, Haemori, Avoni. Plural, Avonot, Avonotai. In nouns of the formation Picadon, the dagesh is in most cases dropped with a kames. Zikaron, Zikeronech, but Isavon, Isevonech. Chapter 24. Masculines with changeable vowel in the last syllable. 1. Kames remains in an open syllable before the tone. Also before cha, chapter 22d, it becomes patach in an unaccented closed syllable, status constructus singular, and before chem, chen, and disappears entirely, according to chapter 11 c1, when the tone is moved 2 places forward, status constructus plural, and before echem, echen, ehem, ehen. Mikdash, Mikdash Adonai, Mikdashi, Mikdashecha, Mikdashim, Mikdashecha, Mikdashe, El, Mispar, Misparchem. With a guttural, Malach, Malachim, Malachi David, Mora, Moraachem. Monosyllables, Yad, Yad HaAdam, Yadich, Yetchem. Dual, Yadayim, Yadav. Yude Esav, Yudehem. Dam, Damharasha, Damücha, Dimchem. Chapter 11, F1. Damim, Demehem, shortened from Dame, Yade, from tertier he. 2. Sere remains in status constructus singular unchanged. Yoser haares. It is found shortened to segol only before makef. Almost, chapter 38, without exception in Ben, for example, Ben Haran, the son of Haran. Sometimes in Shem, for example, Shem Shemer. On the other hand, Sere disappears even in the open syllable before the tone. Oyev, Oyevi, Oyevim. Before Cha, Chem, Chen, it is shortened to or even to the original E. Yoser, Yoseri, Yoserecha, Oyev, Oyevcha. To this group belong all participles with e in the last syllable, and not a few adjectives such as ilem, dump, cheresh, deaf, iwer, blind, plural, ilumim, hereshim, iverim. Wow, see chapter 6f. With a guttural, goel, goali, goalecha, boraecham, moed, moadim, uvemoadechem. The forms misbah, status constructus of misbeach, and ma'usar or ma'asar, status constructus of ma'aser, are to be explained by the fondness of their final consonants for ah. See, however, misped, lamentation, constructus mispat, and Zukan, chapter 25d. Monosyllables, Ben, see chapter 38, Shem, Shemo, Shimcha, Shemecha, Shemot, Shemot, Hagiborim, Es, Es Haayim, Esecha, Esim, Esaich, Aseola. Chapter 25. Masculines with two changeable vowels. Phonetic Law, Chapter 11, C2. 1. Vowels A and A. Kanaf, kunafo, kunaf hakeruv. Dual, kunafayim, kunafav. But, since the tone is thrown forward 2 places, kanufihem and kanfiruach, so zanav, tail, zunavot, constructus zanevot. Syllable loosely closed, chapter 12q, hence p and bet aspirated. In the 3rd syllable, before the tone, a is reduced by thinning to e, chapter 11 f1, except when one of the first 2 consonants is a guttural, davar, devarim, devarai, divrichem, divrei Adonai, kazav, kisvehem, but see also chapter 10a3, chacham, chachamlev, chachamim, chachme, pareo, and nehar, neharim, nahare kush, feminine plural, necharot, nacharot bawel. 2. Vowels E and A. Levav, levav parou, levavi, levavicha. Enav, ha'anavim, inuverosh, poisonous grapes. Dagesh, see chapter 6e beta. 3. Vowels A and E, first substantives. Sere is shortened in the status constructus to patach, remains however in an open syllable before the tone. Differently with oyev, etc. see chapter 24d. Zaken, Zukan Beto, the eldest of his house. Zukenim, Zikne Israel, Ziknehem, with a guttural, Chaser, Chasar HaKohanim, Chatzero, Chatzerecha, Chatzre, Bet HaElohim. Examples with Chem, Chen in the singular do not occur. In the status constructus, the following resemble segolats, chapter 28. Yarech, loin, Yerech, Abraham, Yurechi, Yurechaim, Gader, wall, Geder, Heaser, Güdero, Katef, Humerus, latus, status constructus, Ketef, suffixed, Kütefi, si, arel. 2. Verbal adjectives, chapter 58b. Several retain sere in the plural status constructus. Yashin, Yushina, plural constructus Yushini. Shuchechim, Shucheche Elohim. Chafes, Chafesim, Chafese Raati. Psalm 40:15. Avel, Avel Im. Psalm 35:14. Avilim, Avile Sion, Avilav, Sameach, Semecha, Semechim, Semecherati, at my misfortune. Psalm 35:26, and Simchelev, Jesaja 24:7. The plural constructus is wanting in Shachen, neighbor, inhabitant, Shechan, Shomron, Shecheno, Shechenenu, Shalem, integer, Shulemim, Yavesh, dry, Yuveshah, Karev, approaching, Kurevim, Chaser, constructus, Chasarlev, Chadel, constructus, Chadal, Amel, Amelim, Savea, constructus, Seva, Sevea, Raev, Re'evim, with rejection of Sere, Chanef, profane, Chanefim, Chanefelev. Verbal adjectives ending in aleph retain sere in the constructus singular. Yare, Yure Elohim, Yureim, Yure Echa, Yir'e Adonai, Male, Mule Yamim, Muleim, Tameh, Tumea, Tume Sefatayim, Tumeat Hashem, Impura quoat nomen, Sameh, Semea, Arel, constructus Erelev, and Aral Sefatayim, plural Arelim, Arele, Basar, Kavet, constructus Kevet Abon, and Kevat Lashon, Kevedim, Givde Lashon, Arech, long only in status constructus, Erech Apayim, long suffering. Animalus, Sela, side, rib, constructus Sela and Sela, suffixed Sal-i, plural, Selaot, Salotab. Akev, heel, Akev Esav, Akevo, Akevai, Ikvesus, hoofs. Dages, chapter 6e beta. Chapter 26, masculines of one syllable with the final consonant doubled. In those nouns of the forms katl, kittel, kuttel, in which the second letter of the stem is either identical with the third, or is the letter nun, which assimilates with ease, chapter 10g, the last two consonants coalesce and form one double consonant. From the stem chasas we have formed after kittel, chisi, my arrow, hisim, arrows. So from anas, izim, from insim, goats, isecha, thy goats. In all forms with formative additions, especially suffixes and plural, the vowel of the stem, because standing in a closed syllable, is unchangeable. In the singular, on the contrary, when without affirmatives, compensation lengthening takes place, since the last letter of the word cannot have dagesh forte. U becomes O, I becomes E, A alone usually remains unchanged, except when coinciding with a logical pause. See Stade, chapter 193b. Thus, arrow is not chis, but ches. Goat is not is, but is. Timbrel not tup, but tof, but from amam, people. The long vowel resulting from the compensation lengthening is shortened only before makef. For example, rov, abundance, rov ochel, but rov dagan. Animalus, alpha, o beside u. Oz, strength, azi beside uzi. Azucha beside uzucha. Better, dagesh is sometimes omitted before cha in chem, chapter 6f3. Chok, chakucha, chakchem. Gamma, in a few words, a is thinned to e in a syllable with dagesh. Pat, pitya, sat, sidah, chat, 4 is chat, chitchem. Delta, when the consonant to be doubled is a guttural or resh, a is always lengthened in the plural. Har, harechem, hari shomron. Sar, sari, sarehem. Epsilon, har, par, am, with the article are always written hahar, hapar, haam. In some words, the third radical is doubled without any etymological reason. Hence, their inflection resembles that of the nouns treated of in this chapter. Examples: leom, nation; leumi, leumim. Erom and arom, naked; erumim, aruma. Arumim, written plene. Gamal, Gemalim, Gemalehem. Katan, Kutana. End of section 6. Section 21. Exercises in reading from the Hebrew Grammar of Strack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hebrew Grammar by Hermann Strack. Translated by A.R.S. Kennedy. Exercises in reading. Legendi exercitia. 1. Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Zayin, Chet, Yod, Nun, Ein, Resh, Sin, Shin, Tau. רדבת, אסזג, חג, יד, רב, שב, אב, אש, שת, סס, נא, אח, אב, אז. 2. למד, מים, סמק, קוף. אי, זית, חית, מית, אית, איד, ניר, ריק, ליב, ניס, יש, איש, איל, אית, אית, איז, שיט, שיב, אי, מי, חיק, אי, שיר, עיר, ריב, איש, קיר, מי, לי. 3. he, wow, tit, sade, o, og, kol, lot, ot, mot, tov, hod, ot, hoi, or, nod, o, lo, kol, log, lo, kor, sår, sus, tuv, chug, chut, hu, sur, lu. 4. Mim, nun, sas, chach, faf, chamanafas. Yam, sham, sam, lan, in, hohn, ras, kes, sis, lach, lech, ich, of, suf, hem, hen, es, sof, gen, sam, kum, on, yom, kam, kos, im. 5. Nahar, zachar, zahav, adam, satan, afar, walad, haran, hagar, asham, ra'av, sachar, lavan, chamish, akiv, ha'is, lachin, asher, rachil, shalim, shaliv, Ha'ir, Yamim, Shanim, Achiv, Aviv, Nalin, Ashit, Haor, Makom, Yado, Achol, Larov, Magog, Nachor, Laor, Tarof, Shafot, Assor, Arur, Hayu, Assu, Lagur, Assur, Nassu, Lanu, Ene, Hechel, Me'es, Esav, Meish, Hevi, Lewi, Sheni, Meot, Elon, Wihi, Ishech, Sidon, Kitor, Otto, Tobot, Otam, Olam, Moav, Lotesh, Choresh, Horeg, Roves, Romes, Yose, Oved, Yosef, Koli, Oti, Suru, Kumu, Ugav, Ruchi, Rucho, Achicha, Asita, Holido, Yadenu, Raiti. 6. Bw, Gl, Db, K, H, P, F, T, P. Ben, Bin, Ba, Bo, Bo, Bor, Ger, Gad, Geb, Gur, Goy. Dan, Dor, Dam, Din. Kol, Ken, Kush, Kos, Ki. Pur, Pur, Pi, Tet, Tor. Tosef, Tofes, Parot, Gadol, Boged, Kawet, Telech, Tamut, Tetib, Dawar, Galui. Piha, Waira, Ki, Erom, Anochi, Waechawe. 7. Ah, Al, Ad, Gam, Gan, Chai, Rak, Ra, Kach, Al, af, sak, bat, kaf. Shawat, amar, achal, lakach, yalat, yada, sarai, elai, ochal, omar, ro'ai, ulai, yuchal. 8. Dardar, mavdil, yachdav, naftali, shamati, harakti. Anshi, avram, achalta, katavta, nafalta, yacholti, shacholti. Bach, ach, berach, zachart, meant, yalat, zachart, zachakt, yaft, yard, tesht, tosp, jest. 9. Sadiq, Chayat, Amon, Matan, Daber, Kawu, Sawu, Wayef, Wayesht, Wayamot, Hayom, Hayam, Hashem, Hanachash. At, Gawa, Nagah, Yigbah, Titmah, Imah, Kocha, Zar'ah, Isha, Komata. 10. Yehi, Sodom, Peri, Shemo, Shene, Meot, Gevul, Shelishi. Lechaskil, Besalmenu, Lehaskot. Pene Tehom, Naflu, Sharsu, Malchu, Abdu, Herefu, Benucha, Gechonecha, Yachpesu, Wayachtelu, Mach Shevot, Mamlechot. Dabru, Hakvul, Hashvi'i, Meraglim. 11. I. Im, Min, Im, Mishpat, Midbar, Ishto, Liskor, Likbor, Yishpot, Yigdal, Yishpetu, Wayikberu, Wenifkehu, Wayishb. Gibor, Shishim, Imo, Mikol, Yiparet, Yikavu, Yiwalet, Wayipach, Wayita, Hashishi, Wayikach, Mipne, Miperi, Mibesari, Himetir, Hishrit, Yikra, Yishlach, Yulad, Lukach, Yukam, Kubar, Shulchu, Gunov, Gunavti, Umenam, Shulechan. 12. Egdal, Etin, Esatir, Eshmor, Nechmad, Esrim, Chevron, Violet, Vayinachem, Lachem, Lahem, Lahen, Atem, Mekartem, Shikaltem, Kametem, Yudaten, Diber, Kiper, Kibes, Bawel, Shechem, Barzel, Garzen, Hechag, Hearim, Heharim, Darchecha, Shemecha, Lechi, Yehi, Yehi. 13. O, Ruchbo, Ruchba, Urko, Kotschecha, Osnuchem, V hoch Lemu, Hochrat, Humlach, Hopkat, Kotnot, Ochlam, Chotsho, Wayakom, Wayaros, Wayashov. 14. Noach, Tasmiach, Judea, Rakia, Magbiah, Yagia, Masria, Reach, Hanichoach. 15. Yashuvu, Wayashuvu, Shuv, Shuv. Temutun, Yeshuvun. Hakruvim, Wayanusu. Sadikim, Sadikim, Sadikim. Simu, Waasim, Erumim, Goyim, Leviim. Mesukato, Kulam, Kulam. 16. Yoshev, Yoshev. Sonné, Chauffet. Nosé, Lilbosch. Chotnai. Chot, Yitboshashu. Chotrim, Kosht. 17. Shana, Asa, Haya, Ewa, Chaya, Siwa, Mincha, Harba, Tardema, Silpa, Hulda, Hachma, Achla, Chachma, Achla, Haita, Yehuda, Mimenna, Hema, Hinna, Lama, Yama, Shama. Paro, Ko, Po, Galo, Shelomo, Hinné, Re'é, Kené, Sadeh, Golais, Ophé, Bonnet, Emché, Yivneh, Yir'eh, Mikneh, Chemoneh, Zeh, Peh, Se, Eleh. 18. Panecha, Elecha, Halecha, Gemalecha, Tifkena, Tevoena, Tesubena, Watchilena, Panav, Elav, Yamav. 19. Paran, Hattat, Yasati, Rosh, Sot, Son, Tochel, Vayomer, Sono. Reshit, Mileti, Lelohim, Rishon. Wadonai, Tesena, Tikrena, Timsena, Gai, Shav. 20. Chanoch, Ale, Harago, Asot, Asher, Amora, Arura, Hamishi, Achalcha, Zaracha, Nifhalu, Hashoavot, Soakim, Waye-Achazu, Wehitbarachu, Tochalena, Merivavot, Wai-Halalu, Rananu, Hallelujah, Heyot, Enosh, Echol, Hari, Shibalim. 21. Ta'awa, Achari, Ha'azena, Yaakov, He'evir, Ahalo, Yacharam, Hachaleti, Mimachart. 22. Emet, We'emet, Le'emet, Ani, Wa'ani. 23. Mil'om, Milma'ela, Tevakshu, Bal'umim. 24. Ben-Nechar, Kol-Of, Timshal-Bo. 25. Sheres, Nefesh, Yerek, Kedem, Derech, Harumeset, Sefer, Shewet, Boker, Gofer, Kofer. Erev, Eres, Even, Cherev, Lechem, Rechem, Deshe, Izer, Isev, Urech, Choshech, Ohel, Ozen. Zera, Petach, Nega, Kemach, Pesa, Semach, Sohar, Shoham, Rohav, Urach. Naar, Paam, Lahat, Da'at. Tawech, Mawet, Tohu, Bohu, Ayin, Yayin, Kais, Ha'ayit, Ayil, Zait, Ayin, Bayit. 26. Inayim, Karnayim, Oznayim, Raglayim, Saharayim, Appayim. Naaraim, Shunaim, Matayim, Mayim, Shamayim, Yerushalayim. End of section 21.
Hindustani Self-Taught with English Phonetic Pronunciation by Captain C. A. Thimm. Read for LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy. Hindustani Self-Taught with English Phonetic Pronunciation by Captain C. A. Thimm. Preface. The title of this volume indicates its purpose, and every endeavor has been used to make it of practical service to travelers, traders, missionaries, and soldiers, as well as to students. A carefully prepared phonetic pronunciation is given throughout, the whole system of study being based on the way a child naturally learns to speak its native tongue. Thanks are due to Colonel F. Forgiet, late of the Indian Army, President and Examiner in Hindustani of the Military Staff College, India, for the valuable suggestions he has given during the compilation of this treaty. The work has been divided into 2 volumes, the first for everyday requirements by those who find themselves in the midst of a strange people without any knowledge of their speech, whilst in the second, Hindustani Grammar Self-Taught, a simplified scheme of study is developed to give the learner a more thorough grasp of the language. In the present work, the Parsi Arabic characters have not been given throughout, as comparatively few of the natives are able to read or write, but the improved system of Roman letters and spelling used by Mr. John Shakespeare in his Hindustani dictionaries has been adopted, which provides, at a glance, a simple and ready way of learning to talk. It must be borne in mind that Hindustani, well spoken, is a language of vowels and double consonants, and should be vocalized like Italian, the great faults of Europeans, clipping their words, must be scrupulously avoided. It must, however, be carefully noted that the phonetic columns are not in any sense a transliteration of the Parsi Arabic characters, but represent a consistent effort to express by English spelling and method the correct sound of the Hindustani words and sentences as spoken by educated natives, and this is worked out in accordance with the scheme adopted at the last Congress of the Orientalists. Hindustani Self-Taught, the Alphabet. The Parsi Arabic letters appear at first sight very bewildering to Europeans, and a frequent cause of stumbling to many, who would find a knowledge of the language of immense importance to have been adopted in this work, as for ordinary colloquial purposes the Parsi Arabic letters are of little service, very few of the natives with whom one comes in contact being able to read or write their own language. Students who desire to study the wonderful literature of the East at first hand must, however, overcome this initial difficulty, and to do this the best plan is to copy each letter repeatedly and with care, until it is affixed in memory, only 2 or 3 being dealt with at a time, and not the whole alphabet. In this way one is surprised how soon the characters in their various positions become familiarized to the mind. Having mastered the alphabet, the words given in the vocabulary should next be learned, pronouncing the phonetic aloud, and writing the word from memory in the Parsi Arabic letters, which can then be corrected by references to the following tables. In this way the rudiments of the language will be easily acquired. The letters and the sentences are written and read from right to left, as in all the Semitic scripts, of which the Parsi Arabic forms part. To denote the end of a sentence, a dash or cross is usually placed, as may be seen on reference to the specimen of band writing on page 10. The alphabet and Parsi Arabic with Roman characters. Alif, Roman character A. Bay, Roman character B. Pay, Roman character P. Te, Roman character T. Tha, Roman character T. Se, Roman character S. Jim, Roman character J. Che, Roman characters C and H. He, Roman character H. Khe, Roman characters K, H. Val, Roman character D. Tha, Roman character D. Thal, Roman character Z. Re, Roman character R. Tha, Roman character R. They, Roman character Z. They, Roman character ZH. Seen, Roman character S. Sheen, Roman character sh. Thad, Roman character s. Thad, Roman character z. Thoy, Roman character t. Thoy, Roman character z. Ein, Roman characters apostrophe. Rein, Roman character gh. Fe, Roman character f. Chaf, Roman character k. Hof, Roman character k. Raf, Roman character g. Lam, Roman character l. Meme, Roman character m. Noon, Roman character n. Vow, Roman characters w, o, and u. Hey, Roman character h. Yea, Roman characters y, e, and I. Preliminary notes. It is quite practicable to acquire an exceedingly good knowledge of the Hindustani for colloquial purposes by means of the method and system maintained herein. For the pronunciation need present no difficulty in its acquisition if the learner will remember that in Hindustani each letter has only one sound, and that one sound is always the same, and that every letter of a word must be distinctly sounded in accordance with the rules laid down in the preceding pages. This is not the case in English, for many letters have various sounds and are sometimes not sounded at all. This is, therefore, the most important rule in pronouncing Hindustani represented by Roman letters. The vowels can be sounded alone, but the consonants can only be sounded with the aid of a vowel. The vowels used in Hindustani require careful attention, as they differ in sound from the English, being more like the German, but the consonants are sounded very much as in the English. The diphthongs ai and au are represented in the phonetic column, the former by ai as in isle, the latter by ow as in cow. But the conjunction of these letters a and I in Hindustani words, or of a and o or u, may not always represent diphthongs. Thus the word ladai or battle is not represented properly by lurai, but by lurai. And now, which is boat, is pronounced not now or now, but now. An inverted comma, as in the word ilm, denotes the occurrence of the Arabic letter ain, a strong guttural breathing for which there is no equivalent in any European language. In all combinations such as bh, chh, dh, gh, jh, kh, th, and the like, the initial consonant should be strongly aspirated. A final unsounded h in Persian and Arabic words is omitted in the transliteration, and the preceding a is expressed by that letter instead of by u. In the phonetic pronunciation, example, banda, which means servant, and its phonetic equivalent, bunda. Nouns in Hindustani, generally speaking, have no article. The general rule for forming the plurals of noun is, for the nominative case, masculine nouns of Hindi origin ending in a change into e. All others remain unchanged. Feminine nouns ending in I add an, all others add en. For the oblique cases, all nouns, masculine or feminine, add on, and the a of masculine Hindi nouns being dropped. In the construction of a sentence, the verb is invariably placed at the end, an auxiliary verb coming after the principal verb. The negative particle an a or nahi precedes the verb, and generally comes between the principal verb and its auxiliary, as wo ja nahi saka. He could not go, literally. He to go not could. The negative of prohibition is mat. It may be placed after the imperative for emphasis, as mat jao or jao mat, don't go. In questions, the interrogative pronoun or adverb is placed just before the verb, instead of at the beginning of a sentence as in English, as Tumhara naam kya hai? Your name, what is, or what is your name? Tum kahan jate ho? Where are you going? The direct narration is always preferred to the indirect, the reported speech being usually introduced by the conjunction ki, that, Thus, I told him not to come tomorrow is translated, I told him that tomorrow don't come. An adverb of time precedes that of a place, as kal wahan jao, tomorrow there go. Special attention should be paid to the use of the agent case instead of the nominative with a transitive verb in a past tense. The respectful pronoun should always be used when addressing a superior or native of rank or respectability. The ordinary pronoun thum or you would be derogatory and disrespectful. The genitive and dative cases are aapka and aapko. A plural number in the third person should be used with the nominative as aap kahan rehte hain, where do you live? Vocabularies. 1. The world and its elements. Jahan or uske anasir. Air in English is pronounced hawa and Hindi. English cloud, Hindi badal. English cold, Hindi thand. English darkness, Hindi andhera. English dew, Hindi shabnam. English dust, Hindi dhool. English earth, Hindi zameen. English east, Hindi purub. English eclipse, Hindi graha. English fire, Hindi aag. English fog, Hindi kohasa. English frost, Hindi pala. English God, Hindi khuda. English hail, Hindi ola. English heat, Hindi garmi. English sky, Hindi asman. English hell, Hindi jahannam. English light, Hindi roshni. English lightning, Hindi bijli. English moon, Hindi chand. English full moon, Hindi purnima. English new moon, Hindi naya chand. English moonlight, Hindi chandni. English nature, Hindi alam. English north, Hindi uttar. English rainbow, Hindi dhanuk. English shade, Hindi chhau. English shadow, Hindi saya. English sky, Hindi asman. English south, Hindi Dukkan. English sun, Hindi suraj. English thunder, Hindi gharaj. English weather, Hindi mausam. English west, Hindi paschim. English wind, Hindi hawa. English world, Hindi dunya. 2. Land and water, zameen or pani. English bay, Hindi khalij. English beach, Hindi kinara. English cliff, Hindi dhang. English coast, Hindi kinara. English current, Hindi dhara. English ebb, Hindi bhata. English flow, Hindi juvar. English foam, Hindi jhaag. English ice, Hindi barf. English island, Hindi tapu. English pond, Hindi talab. English land, Hindi zameen. English mainland, Hindi burr. English mud, Hindi कीचड़. English peninsula, Hindi जजीरा. English rain, Hindi बारिश. English river, Hindi darya. English rivulet, Hindi nala. English rock, Hindi pahad. English sand, Hindi rate. English sandbank, Hindi char. English sea, Hindi samundar. English seashore, Hindi sahil. English shore, Hindi kinara. English snow, Hindi barf. English star, Hindi sitara. English storm, Hindi tufan. English stream, Hindi dhara. English thaw, Hindi palay ka piglaw. English tide, Hindi mad o jazr. English tide at high, Hindi javar. English tide at low, Hindi bhata. English water, Hindi pani. English fresh water, Hindi taza pani. English salt water, Hindi lona pani. English shallow water, Hindi otla pani. English waterfall, Hindi jharna. English wave, Hindi lahar. English well, Hindi kuan. Three. Minerals and metals. Dhatu ki ferist. English agate, Hindi yashab. English alam, Hindi pitkari. English amber, Hindi kahruba. English brass, Hindi pital. English bronze, Hindi kasi. English carbuncle, Hindi sabchirag. English mortar cement, Hindi ghach. English chalk, Hindi kari mitti. English clay, Hindi chikni mitti. English coal, Hindi kola. English copper, Hindi tamba. English coral, Hindi munga. English crystal, Hindi belor. English diamond, Hindi hira. English emerald, Hindi zamurud. English glass, Hindi shisha. English gold, Hindi sona. English gravel, Hindi kankar. English iron, Hindi loha. English iron cast, Hindi dhalwa loha. English iron wrought, Hindi sakta loha. English lead, Hindi shisha. English lime, Hindi chuna. English marble, Hindi marmar. English mercury, Hindi semab. English metal, Hindi dhat. English onyx, Hindi sangi sulaimani. English opal, Hindi dudhiya patthar. English pearl, Hindi moti. English ruby, Hindi manik. English sapphire, Hindi nilmani. English silver, Hindi chandi. English soda, Hindi suji. English steel, Hindi folad. English stone, Hindi patthar. English tin, Hindi kalai. 4. Animal, birds and fishes. English animal, Hindi janwar. English barking, Hindi bhonkta. English bear, Hindi bhalu. English bird, Hindi chidiya. English bleating, Hindi mimiata. English brain, Hindi rankta. English bull, Hindi sand. English cough, Hindi bachera. English carp, Hindi rohu. English cat, Hindi billa. English chicken, Hindi chooza. English claw, Hindi nakhun. English cock, Hindi murga. English colt, Hindi bachera. English cow, Hindi guy. English crab, Hindi kankara. English crow, Hindi kawa. English cuckoo, Hindi koil. English dog, Hindi kutta. English donkey, Hindi masculine gada, feminine gadi. English dove, Hindi kabutar. English duck, Hindi batak. English eagle, Hindi uqab. English eel, Hindi bomb. English elephant, Hindi hati. English feather, Hindi par. English foal, Hindi bacheri. English fins, Hindi machli ke par. English fish, Hindi machli. English fox, Hindi lomri. English fur, Hindi pashm. English gills, Hindi gulfara. English goat, Hindi masculine bakra, feminine bakri. English goose, Hindi hans. English hare, Hindi bal. English hare, Hindi khargosh. English hen, Hindi murgi. English hog, Hindi suar. English hoof, Hindi khur. English horn, Hindi sing. English horse, Hindi ghoda. English howling, Hindi noha karta. English lamb, Hindi bera. English lark, Hindi chakavik. English leech, Hindi jonk. English lion, Hindi sher. English lioness, Hindi sherni. English lobster, Hindi jhinga. English louse, Hindi chiller. English maggot, Hindi qira. English mane, Hindi oyal. English mewing, Hindi mau. English monkey, Hindi bandar. English mouse, Hindi chugi. English mullet, Hindi pari. English name, Hindi hinhanata. English nightingale, Hindi bulbul. English owl, Hindi ullu. English ox, Hindi bail. English oysters, Hindi kustura. English parrot, Hindi tota. English partridge, Hindi cub. English paw, Hindi panja. English pheasant, Hindi tudurv. English pig, Hindi suar. English pigeon, Hindi kabutar. English pike, Hindi gadiya. English quail, Hindi butter. English rat, Hindi chuha. English raven, Hindi jungli kawa. English saltfish, Hindi nimkeen machli. English scales, Hindi choya. English shrimp, Hindi chingri. English sheep, Hindi bheri. English shellfish, Hindi siipi wali machhi. English snipe, Hindi chaha. English sow, Hindi swari. English sparrow, Hindi chidiya. English swallow, Hindi ubabil. English swan, Hindi rajhans. English tail, Hindi poonch. English tiger, Hindi bagh. English tigress, Hindi bagni. English turkey, Hindi piru. English turtle, Hindi kachua. English turtle dove, Hindi kumri. English weasel, Hindi nebula. English wing, Hindi par or punk. English wolf, Hindi bhediya. English woodpecker, Hindi katpora. English wool, Hindi oon. 5. Reptiles and insects. Hasharat or kire. English ant, Hindi chuti. English bee, Hindi shahad ki makhi. English humblebee, Hindi brinji. English beetle, Hindi gubruta. English bug, Hindi khatmal. English butterfly, Hindi titli. English caterpillar, Hindi bhuan. English crocodile, Hindi magar. English flea, Hindi pissu. English fly, Hindi makhi. English frog, Hindi mendak. English gnat, Hindi machar. English grasshopper, Hindi tiddi. English maggot, Hindi kira. English locust, Hindi tiddi. English mosquito, Hindi machar. English moth, Hindi patanga. English scorpion, Hindi bichu. English serpent, Hindi saap. English silkworm, Hindi resham ka kira. English snail, Hindi gunga. English snake, Hindi saap. English spider, Hindi makri. English sting, Hindi dunk. English toad, Hindi mendak. English tortoise, Hindi kachua. English viper, Hindi tirmar. English wasp, Hindi birni. English wax, Hindi mum. English worm, Hindi kira. 6. Fruits, trees, flowers and vegetables. Fal, darakht, fool or terkari. English apple, Hindi seb. English beans, Hindi bakila. English beetroot, Hindi chukundur. English branch, Hindi dali. English cabbage, Hindi gobi. English cauliflower, Hindi phool gobi. English cherry, Hindi shalu. English chestnut, Hindi shabalut. English cinnamon, Hindi darchini. English cucumber, Hindi kheera. English currants, Hindi kishmish. English faggot, Hindi bully. English fig, Hindi anjeer. English fir, Hindi sanoober. English flower, Hindi fool. English forest, Hindi dusht. English ginger, Hindi zanzabil. English green ginger, Hindi adrak. English grape, Hindi angur. English kernel, Hindi gudda. English leaf of a flower, Hindi pakri. English leaf of a tree, Hindi patta. English lettuce, Hindi salat. English lily, Hindi sozen. English lily of the valley, Hindi saman. English lime, Hindi limu. English mace, Hindi javatri. English melon, Hindi kharbuja. English mint, Hindi fudina. English mistletoe, Hindi bunda. English mulberry, Hindi shatut. English myrtle, Hindi aaz. English nettle, Hindi anjeera. English nosegay, Hindi guldastan. English nut, Hindi jaws. English nutmeg, Hindi jaifal. English nutshell, Hindi jaws ka chilka. English oak, Hindi balut. English olive, Hindi zaitun. English pear, Hindi nashpati. English pepper, Hindi mirch. English pineapple, Hindi ananas. English pine tree, Hindi sanoober. English pink, Hindi goli machak. English plum, Hindi bear. English potatoes, Hindi aloo. English radish, Hindi mooli. English raisin, Hindi kishmish. English raspberry, Hindi raspberry. English root, Hindi zar. English rose, Hindi gulab. English spinach, Hindi palak. English stalk of a plant, Hindi dali. English strawberry, Hindi strawberry. English stump, Hindi tooth. English tamarind, Hindi imli. English tobacco, Hindi tambaku. English tree, Hindi darakt. English tulip, Hindi shakaik. English wine, Hindi lota. English violet, Hindi bunafsha. English walnut, Hindi akhrot. 7. The human body. Badan. English arm, Hindi bazu. English back, Hindi peat. English beard, Hindi dari. English blood, Hindi khoon. English body, Hindi badan. English bone, Hindi haddi. English cheek, Hindi gal. English chest, Hindi chati. English chin, Hindi tuddi. English cuff, Hindi khasi. English ear, Hindi kaan. English elbow, Hindi kani. English eye, Hindi aankh. English eyebrow, Hindi abru. English eyelid, Hindi papota. English face, Hindi chehra. English finger, Hindi ungli. English foot, Hindi paw. English forehead, Hindi matha. English gums, Hindi masura. English hair, Hindi baal. English hand, Hindi haath. English head, Hindi sir. English heart, Hindi dil. English kidneys, Hindi gurda. English knee, Hindi ghutna. English leg, Hindi paw. English lip, Hindi hot. English liver, Hindi jigar. English lungs, Hindi peperde. English medicine, Hindi dawa. English mouth, Hindi mukh. English nail, Hindi nakhun. English neck, Hindi garden. English nose, Hindi naak. English shoulder, Hindi kanda. English skin, Hindi chamra. English stomach, Hindi pet. English throat, Hindi gala. English thumb, Hindi angutha. English toe, Hindi paw ki ungli. English tongue, Hindi zaban. English tooth, Hindi dant. English wound, Hindi zakhm. End of Hindustani Self-Taught with English phonetic pronunciation. Read by Tech Savvy. For the entire book, please visit www.youtube.com/user/TechSavvy318. That's T as in Tom, E as in elephant, K as in kite, S as in sulfur, A as in apple, V as in vineyard, Y as in yak, 3 as in number 3, 1, 8.
Hindustani Self-Taught by Carl A. Thimm. Lessons 21 and 22. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lesson 21. Cardinal Numbers. Adad-i-Zati. English, Hindi, and pronunciation. 1. Ek, 2. Do, 3. Teen, 4. Char, 5. Panch, 6. Che, 7. Sat, 8. Art, 9. No, 10. Thus, 11. Igera or Gyara, or Gyara. 12. Bara, 13. Tera, 14. Chowda, 15. Pandra, 16. Sola, 17. Satra, 18. Atara, 19. 19 or 19 19 or 19 20 20 21 21 21 22 22 23 23 24 24 25 25 26 26 26 27 27 27 28 28 28 29 29 29 30 30 30 31 31 31 32 32 32 33 33 33 34 34 34 35 35 35 36 36 36 37 37 37 38 38 38 39 39 or 39 39 or 39 40 40 40 41 41 or 41 41 or 41 42 42 42 43 43 43 44 44 44 45 45 45 46 46 46 47 47 47 48 48 or 48 48 or 48 49 49 50 50 50 51 51 or 51 51 or 51 52 52 52 53 53 53 54 54 54 55 55 55 56 56 56 57 57 57 58 58 58 59 59 59 60 60 60 61 61 61 62 62 62 63 63 63 64 64 64 65 65 65 66 66 66 67 67 67 68 68 or 68 68 or arsat. 69. Unhattar, unhattar. 70. Sattar, sattar. 71. Ikhattar, ikhattar. 72. Bahattar, bahattar. 73. Tihattar, tihattar. 74. Chauhattar, chauhattar. 75. Panchattar, panchattar. 76. Chihattar, chihattar. 77. Sathattar, sathattar. 78. Athattar, athattar. 79. Unasi, unasi. 80. Asi, asi. 81. Ikkasi, ikkasi. 82. Basi, basi. 83. Tirasi, tirasi. 84. Chaurasi, chaurasi. 85. Pachashi, pachashi. 86. Chasi, chasi. 87. Sattasi, sattasi. 88. Attasi, attasi. 89. Noasi, noasi. 90. Noah, Noah. 91. Ekano, ekano. 92. Banno, or birranno, banno, or birranno. 93. Tirranno, or tirranno, tirranno, or tirranno. 94. Chauranno, chauranno. 95. Pachanno, or panchanno, pachanno, or panchanno. 96. Channo, or channo, channo, or channo. 97. Sattanno, sattanno. 98. Attanno, attanno. 99. Ninnanno, or novanno, ninranno, or novanno. 100. So, or say, so, or say. 101. Ixoic, ixoic. 110. Ixodas, ixodas. 200. Doso, doso. 300. Tinso, tinso. 400. Charso, charso. 500. Pazzo, pazzo. 1,000. Hazar, or thus so, hazar, or thus so. 1,000,000. 10 lakh, 10 lakh. 10 million. Crore, crore. End of Lesson 21. Lesson 22. Ordinal numbers. Adad-e-wasfi. English, Hindi, and pronunciation. The first. Pehela, pehela. second, दूसरा, दूसरा, third, तीसरा, तीसरा, fourth, चौथा, चौथा, fifth, पांचवा, पांचवा, sixth, छठवा, छठवा, seventh, सातवा, सातवा, eighth, आठवा, आठवा, ninth, नौवा, नौवा, 10th, दसवां, दसवां, 11th, ग्यारहवां, ग्यारहवां, 21st, इक्कीसवां, इक्कीसवां, 100th, सौवां, सौवां, last, पिछला, पिछला. Note: the ordinal numbers after the fourth are regularly formed by adding wa to the cardinals. In compound numbers, the termination wa is added to the last number of the compound only, as the 120th, eksobiswa. End of Lesson 22. End of Hindustani Self-Taught, Lessons 21 and 22, by Carl A. Thimm. Recording by Prachi, Pendse, Wilmington, Delaware.
Lessons 36 to 40 from A Practical Arabic Course by E. Nématallah and E. Chevalley. Recorded for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 5. Recording by Abu Jalal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lesson 36. Agreement of the verb. Vocabulary, plants and seeds. A palm tree, nakhla, nakhla. A palm tree, nakhla. A fig tree, note, tree of figs. End note. Shajaratu teen, shajara teen. A fig tree, shajaratu teen. An orange tree, shajaratu portuqan, shajaratu portuqan. An orange tree, shajara portuqan. A lemon tree, shajaratu laymoon, shajaratu laymoon. A lemon tree, shajaratu laymoon. The cotton, al-qutn, al-qutn. The cotton, al-qutn. The sugarcane, al-qasab, al-qasab. The sugarcane, al-qasab. The rice, al-ruz, al-ruz. The rice, al-ruz. The corn, al-qamh, al-qamh. The corn, al-qamh. The vegetables, al-buqul, al-buqul. The vegetables, al-buqul. Or al-khudar, al-khudar. The vegetables, al-khudar. The banana tree, shajaratul mawz, shajaratul mawz. The banana tree, shajaratul mawz. The sycamore, shajaratul jumayyaz, shajaratul jumayyaz. The sycamore, shajaratul jumayyaz. The cotton plant, shajaratul qutn, shajaratul qutn. The cotton plant, shajaratul qutn. The vine, shajaratul inab, shajaratul inab. The vine, shajaratul inab. Or ad-darm, ad-darm. The vine,
الدرم. The barley. الشعير. الشعير. The barley. الشعير. The maize. الذرة. الذرة. The maize. الذرة. The beans. الفول. الفول. The beans. الفول. The peas. الحمص. الحمص. The peas. الحمص. Or الحمص. الحمص. The peas. الحمص. A plant. نبات. نبات. A plant. نبات. The seeds. البذور. البذور. The seeds. البذور. Or الحبوب. الحبوب. The seeds. الحبوب. To cultivate. To sow. A. زرع. زرع. To cultivate. To sow. زرع. To plow. O. حرث. حرث. To plow. حرث. To reap. O. حصد. حصد. To reap. حصد. To leave. To abandon. O. ترك. ترك. To leave. To abandon. ترك. To grind. A. طحن. طحن. To grind. طحن. To break. I. كسر. كسر. To break. كسر. To appear. To go up. O. طلع. طلع. To appear. To go up. طلع. To press. To squeeze. I. عصر. عصر. To press. To squeeze. عصر. To be fertile of ground. I. خصب. خصب. To be fertile of ground. خصب. On, upon, over, up, above. فوق. فوق. On, upon, over, up, above. فوق. Under, beneath, below. تحت. تحت. Under, beneath, below. تحت. My aunt came. حضرت عمتي. حضرت عمتي. My aunt came. حضرت عمتي. The pupils have gone out. التلامذة خرجوا. التلامذة خرجوا. The pupils have gone out. التلامذة خرجوا. The verb agrees with its subject and is usually placed before it. The children cut the branch. يقطع الأولاد الغصن. يقطع الأولاد الغصن. The children cut the branch. يقطع الأولاد الغصن. Mary and her brother have dressed themselves. لبست مريم وشقيقتها. لبست مريم وشقيقتها. Mary and her brother have dressed themselves. لبست مريم وشقيقتها. The verb, when placed before a single or several subjects, is put in the singular and agrees in gender only with that subject which immediately follows it. The man and his wife heard. الرجل وامرأته سمعا. الرجل وامرأته سمعا. The man and his wife heard. الرجل وامرأته سمعا. The ewe and the cow ran away. النعجة والبقرة هربتا. النجعة والبقرة هربتا. The ewe and the cow ran away. النعجة والبقرة هربتا. The friends leave the house. الأصدقاء يتركون البيت. الأصدقاء يتركون البيت. The friends leave the house. الأصدقاء يتركون البيت. The girls sweep the room. البنات يكنسن الأوضة.
البنات يكنسن الأوضة. The girls sweep the room. البنات يكنسن الأوضة. Paul, his sister, and his daughter have come. بولس وشقيقته وابنته قدموا. بولس وشقيقته وابنته قدموا. Paul, his sister, and his daughter have come. بولس وشقيقته وابنته قدموا. When placed after one or more subjects, which stand for two persons or two things, the verb is put in the dual. If the subjects stand for more than two persons, the verb is put in the plural. If the subjects are of different genders, the verb is put in the masculine. The dogs bark. تنبح الكلاب. تنبح الكلاب. The dogs bark. تنبح الكلاب. Or الكلاب تنبح. الكلاب تنبح. The dogs bark. الكلاب تنبح. The verb placed before or after a plural subject denoting creatures without reason is placed in the feminine singular. 37th lesson. Participles of simple verbs. Vocabulary: a tree, flowers, fruits. A tree. شجرة. شجرة. A tree. شجرة. The root. الجذر. الجذر. The root. الجذر. A branch. فرع. فرع. A branch. فرع. Or غصن. غصن. A branch. غصن. A leaf. ورقة. ورقة. A leaf. ورقة. The flowers. الأزهار. الأزهار. The flowers. الأزهار. A rose. وردة. وردة. A rose. وردة. A violet. بنفسجة. بنفسجة. A violet. بنفسجة. Jasmine. ياسمين. ياسمين. Jasmine. ياسمين. The fruits. الأثمار. الأثمار. The fruits. الأثمار. An apple. تفاحة. تفاحة. An apple. تفاحة. An orange. برتقانة. برتقانة. An orange. برتقانة. A peach. خوخة. خوخة. A peach. خوخة. A pear. كمثرى. كمثرى. A peach. كمثرى. Or كمثراية. كمثراية. A peach. كمثراية. A fig. تينة. تينة. A fig. تينة. A cherry. كرزة. كرزة. A cherry. كرزة. A grape. عنبة. عنبة. A grape. عنبة. A banana. موزة. موزة. A banana. موزة. A date. بلحة. بلحة. A date. بلحة. A pomegranate. رمانة. رمانة. A pomegranate. رمانة. A lemon. ليمونة. ليمونة. A lemon. ليمونة. An almond. لوزة. لوزة. An almond. لوزة. A walnut. جوزة. جوزة. A walnut. جوزة. A hazelnut. بندقة. بندقة. A hazelnut. بندقة. To pluck. O. قطفة. قطفة. To pluck. قطفة. To plant. I. غرسة. غرسة. To plant. غرسة.
to shoot, to spring up. O. Nebete, nebete, to shoot, to spring up. Nebete, to allow. A. Semehe, semehe, to allow. Semehe, to collect, to gather. A. Jama'a, jama'a, to collect, to gather. Jama'a, to tear out, to uproot. A. Qola'a, qola'a, to tear out, to uproot. Qola'a, to appear. A. Dhahara, dhahara, to appear. Dhahara, as, like. Ke, ke, or kama, kama, or mithl, mithl, or mithluma, mithluma, neither nor. La, wala, la, wala, neither nor. La, wala, he has struck. Daraba, daraba, he has struck. Daraba, striking, who strikes. Darib, darib, striking, who strikes. Darib, struck. Madrub, madrub, struck. Madrub. The present active participle of simple triliteral verbs is formed by placing alif after the first radical and by putting kasra under the second. Paradigm fa'il. Note, the verb fa'ala is always considered as a model. End note. The past passive participle is formed by placing mim fatha before the first radical, waw dhamma after the second, and by substituting sukun for the vowel sign of the first radical. Paradigm maf'ul. He translates. Yutarjimu, yutarjimu. He translates. Yutarjimu. Translating, who translates. Mutarjim, mutarjim. Translating, who translates. Mutarjim. Translated. Mutarjam, mutarjam. Translated. Mutarjam. The participles of simple quadriliteral verbs are obtained by substituting mim dhammah for the prefix letter of the present tense. In the passive participle, the vowel sign of the third radical is changed to fatha. Exercise 34. ازرع شجرة الموز هنا كما زرعت شجرة البرتقال هناك. لم يحضر الكتاب. Note, the active and passive participles are sometimes used as nouns. قبل الظهر. لم يحضر الكتاب قبل الظهر. اقطفي لي وردة من بستانكم. أينبت القطن بعد شهر. أين القاتل وأين المقتول. 38th lesson. The noun. Vocabulary. The house, etc. A house. Bait, bait. A house. Bait. Or dar, dar. A house. Dar. Or manzil, manzil. A house. Manzil. Or mesken, mesken. A house. Mesken. A palace, a mansion. Serai, serai. A palace, a mansion. Serai. Or serayeh, serayeh. A palace, a mansion. Serayeh. Or qasr, qasr. A palace, a mansion. Qasr. A hotel. Funduq, funduq. A hotel. Funduq. Or util, util. A hotel. Util.
The study. غرفة الشغل. غرفة الشغل. The study. غرفة الشغل. Or المكتب. المكتب. The study. المكتب. The drawing room. قاعة الاستقبال. قاعة الاستقبال. The drawing room. قاعة الاستقبال. Or الصالة. الصالة. The drawing room. الصالة. The ground floor. الدور الأرضي. الدور الأرضي. The ground floor. الدور الأرضي. The first floor. الدور الأول. الدور الأول. The first floor. الدور الأول. The attic. الدور الأعلى. الدور الأعلى. The attic. الدور الأعلى. The entrance. المدخل. المدخل. The entrance. المدخل. The courtyard. الحوش. الحوش. The courtyard. الحوش. The kitchen. المطبخ. المطبخ. The kitchen. المطبخ. The roof. السطح. السطح. The roof. السطح. The staircase. السلم. السلم. The staircase. السلم. The balustrade. الدرابزين. الدرابزين. The balustrade. الدرابزين. A balcony. بلكون. بلكون. A balcony. بلكون. A lock. قفل. قفل. A lock. قفل. Or قفل. قفل. A lock. قفل. A key. مفتاح. مفتاح. A key. مفتاح. A place. محل. محل. A place. محل. Or مكان. مكان. A place. مكان. Or موضع. موضع. A place. موضع. To pull down. To demolish. I. هدم. هدم. To pull down. To demolish. هدم. To attack. O. هجم. هجم. No. To attack. O. هجم على. هجم على. To attack. هجم على. To convey. To transfer. O. نقل. نقل. To convey. To transfer. نقل. To ascend. A. صعد. صعد. To ascend. صعد. To go down. To come down. I. نزل. نزل. To go down. To come down. نزل. To live. To lodge at. O. سكن. سكن. To live. To lodge at. سكن. To keep. To take care of. O. حرس. حرس. To keep. To take care of. حرس. Before. In front of. أمام. أمام. Before. In front of. أمام. Or قدام. قدام. Before. In front of. قدام. Behind. خلف. خلف. Behind. خلف. Or وراء. وراء. Behind. وراء. A young man. شاب. شاب. A young man. شاب. A young lady. شابة. شابة. A young lady. شابة. There are two genders in Arabic, the masculine and the feminine. A schoolmaster. معلم. معلم. A schoolmaster. معلم. Or مدرس. مدرس. A schoolmaster. مدرس. A schoolmistress. معلمة. معلمة.
A school mistress, muallimeh, or mudawriseh, mudawriseh. A school mistress, mudawriseh. The feminine of nouns is generally formed by adding a ta marbuta to the masculine. Note: also when the alif maqsura and the alif followed by hamza end a word, they generally indicate that this word is feminine. Note, for example, dhikra, remembrance, sahra, desert. The absence of the ta marbuta as a rule indicates the masculine gender. Exercise 35. My schoolmistress lives in front of the church and behind the mosque. Go up, singular, to the attic and come down before I go out. I have conveyed my bed from the ground floor to the first floor. Look at, singular feminine, my father's mansion. The room of the headmistress is between the drawing room and the entrance, but her sister's room is in front of the staircase and behind the kitchen. She has locked, note, to lock, قفل بالمفتاح, قفل بالمفتاح, to lock, قفل بالمفتاح, end note, her drawer. She has locked her drawer. I have a dog, feminine, and a cat, feminine. Allow me to sit down in front of you. Why are they pulling down the palace? They live, feminine, in a house without a balcony. Go singular, first of all, to the study and return. Then go up to the drawing room and come down by, note, min, end note, the staircase of the courtyard. 39th lesson. The noun. Vocabulary, professions and trades. The judge, al-qadi, al-qadi. The judge, al-qadi. The advocate, al-muhami, al-muhami. The advocate, al-muhami. The doctor, al-tabib, al-tabib. The doctor, al-tabib. Or al-hakim, al-hakim. The doctor, al-hakim. A druggist, صيدلي أجزاجي, صيدلي أجزاجي. A druggist, صيدلي أجزاجي. Note, a certain number of nouns denoting a profession or trade are formed by means of the Turkish suffix g, or they end in ni. End note. The engineer, al-muhandis, al-muhandis. The engineer, al-muhandis. The cultivator, al-muzari', al-muzari'. The cultivator, al-muzari'. The merchant, al-najir, al-najir. The merchant, al-najir. The shopkeeper, al-bayya', al-bayya'. The shopkeeper, al-bayya'. Plural, al-ba'i', al-ba'i'. The shopkeeper, plural, al-ba'i'. The jeweler, al-jawahirji, al-jawahirji. The jeweler, al-jawahirji. The jeweler manufacturing, al-sa'ir, al-sa'ir. The jeweler manufacturing, al-sa'ir. The keeper of a cafe, qahwaji, al-qahwaji. The keeper of a cafe, al-qahwaji. A doorkeeper, bawwab, bawwab. A doorkeeper, bawwab. A baker, khabbaz, khabbaz. خباز, a baker, خباز. Or فوران, فوران, a baker, فوران. A barber, a hairdresser, حلاق, حلاق. A barber, a hairdresser, حلاق. A fruiterer, فاكهاني, فاكهاني. A fruiterer, فاكهاني. A shoemaker, جزمجي, جزمجي. A shoemaker, جزمجي. A butcher, جزار, جزار. A butcher, جزار. A tailor, خياط, خياط. A tailor, خياط. A cook, طباخ, طباخ. A cook, طباخ. A printer, مطبعجي, مطبعجي. A printer, مطبعجي. A mason, بناء, بناء. A mason, بناء. A porter, حمال, حمال. A porter, حمال. Or شيال, شيال. A porter, شيال. To bleed, I. فسد, فسد. To bleed, فسد. To print, A. طبع, طبع. To print, طبع. To condemn, O. حكم على, حكم على. To condemn, حكم على. To be just, to act justly, I. عدل, عدل. To be just, to act justly, عدل. To witness, to give evidence, A. شهد, شهد. To witness, to give evidence, شهد. Around, حول, حول. Around, حول. Always, دائما, دائما. Always, دائما. A man, رجل, رجل. A man, رجل. Two men, رجلان, رجلان. Two men, رجلان. Or رجلين, رجلين. Two men, رجلين. Men, رجال, رجال. Men, رجال. There are 3 numbers in Arabic: singular, dual, and plural. Dual of nouns. The 2 engineers have come. حضر المهندسان. The key of the 2 doors. مفتاح البابين. I struck the 2 children. ضربت الولدين. They condemned masculine the 2 doctors. حكموا على الطبيبين. The dual is formed from the singular by the addition of the suffixes ani or aini. The former is employed for the nominative case subject, and the latter for the genitive complement of a noun or verb, and the accusative complement of a preposition. Her 2 eyes, عيناها or عينيها, and not عينانها or عينينها. The child's 2 ears, أذن الولد or أذن الولد, and not أذنان الولد or أذنين الولد. If a noun in the dual number is followed by a conjunctive pronoun or by a complement, the final noon is suppressed. 40th lesson, the noun. Vocabulary, trades continued. The carpenter, النجار, النجار. The carpenter, النجار. The workshop,
الورشة الورشة the workshop الورشة a plank of wood لوح خشب لوح خشب a plank of wood لوح خشب the grocer البقال البقال the grocer البقال liquors مشروبات مشروبات liquors مشروبات cheese جبنة جبنة cheese جبنة oil زيت زيت oil زيت vinegar خل خل vinegar خل salt ملح ملح salt ملح onions بصل بصل onions بصل coal فحم فحم coal فحم a pair of scales ميزان ميزان a pair of scales ميزان a profession حرفة حرفة a profession حرفة the blacksmith الحداد الحداد the blacksmith الحداد the forge معمل الحدادة معمل الحدادة the forge معمل الحدادة the fire النار النار the fire النار the bellows المنفاخ المنفاخ the bellows المنفاخ iron حديد حديد iron حديد the watchmaker الساعاتي الساعاتي the watchmaker الساعاتي a workman صانع صانع a workman صانع or عامل عامل a workman عامل a watch ساعة ساعة a watch ساعة the confectioner الحلواني الحلواني the confectioner الحلواني sugar سكر سكر sugar سكر sweetmeats ملبس ملبس sweetmeats ملبس syrup شراب شراب syrup شراب or شربات شربات syrup شربات a trade صناعة صناعة a trade صناعة to melt o سبكة سبكة to melt سبكة to blow o نفخ نفخ to blow نفخ to light a شعل شعل to light شعل to be deceived a غلط غلط to be deceived غلط to pierce o خرق خرق to pierce خرق or o ثقب ثقب to pierce ثقب since منذ منذ since منذ during for مدة مدة during for مدة plural of nouns a carpenter نجار نجار a carpenter نجار plural نجارون نجارون carpenters نجارون or نجارين نجارين carpenters نجارين a person شخص شخص a person شخص
Plural, persons, أشخاص, أشخاص. Persons, أشخاص. There are two kinds of plurals. The regular plural, which produces no change in the singular form, but is denoted by a suffix, and the irregular or broken plural, which modifies the singular form. Exercise 36. طبعت الكتاب منذ شهر. متى ترك الصيدلية الأجزاء خانة؟ تركها منذ أسبوع تقريبا. أين ذهب المجروحان وأين الشاهدان؟ عندي زجاجة خل وزيت. هل بحثت عن الطبيب في المستشفى وعن المحامي في البيت؟ خرج النجار من الورشة منذ ساعة والحداد من المعمل منذ ساعتين ولم يرجعا. Exercise 37. My son is a druggist and my nephew is a doctor. He has been looking for his two children for an hour. What are you doing around me? Where are the two engineers and the two merchants? They left the house for 2 months. We have 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 hands, and 2 feet. You are always deceived. Have you, singular, examined the 2 pupils? The grocer has liquors, cheese, salt, and coal. The fruiterer has oranges, apples, cherries, etc. إلى آخره. Note, etc. إلى آخره. End note. End of lessons 36 to 40 from A Practical Arabic Course by E. Nématallah and E. Chevalley. Recording by Abu Jalal. Lessons 41 to 45 from A Practical Arabic Course by E. Nématallah and E. Chevalley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. 41st lesson. The noun. Vocabulary. Tools. A saw. Minshar. Minshar. A saw. Minshar. A plane. Farah. Farah. A plane. Farah. A hammer. مطرقة. مطرقة. A hammer. مطرقة. Or شاكوش. شاكوش. A hammer. شاكوش. A screw. برغي. برغي. A screw. برغي. Or قلاووز. قلاووز. A screw. قلاووز. A screwdriver. مفك. مفك. A screwdriver. مفك. A corkscrew. بوريمة. بوريمة. A corkscrew. بوريمة. Pincers. كماشة. كماشة. Pincers. كماشة. A nail. مسمار. مسمار. A nail. مسمار. A file. مبرد. مبرد. A file. مبرد. A needle. إبرة. إبرة. A needle. إبرة. A pin. دبوس. دبوس. A pin. دبوس. A shovel.
مجرفة مجرفة. A shovel مجرفة. A spade معزق معزق. A spade معزق. A watering can مرشة مرشة. A watering can مرشة. A harrow نورج نورج. A harrow نورج. An axe فأس فأس. An axe فأس. A plough محراث محراث. A plough محراث. A tool أداة أداة. A tool أداة. Or آلة آلة. A tool آلة. To lose I فقد فقد. To lose فقد. Or A خسر خسر. To lose خسر. To dig I حفر حفر. To dig حفر. To desire A رغب رغب. To desire رغب. To excuse I عذر عذر. To excuse عذر. To chase, to drive away O طرد طرد. To chase, to drive away طرد. To be able I قدر قدر. To be able قدر. To gain I كسب كسب. To gain كسب. To happen O حدث حدث. To happen حدث. Or حصل حصل. To happen حصل. To soar, to publish news O نشر نشر. To soar, to publish news نشر. Because for لأن لأن. Because for لأن. If not otherwise وإلا وإلا. If not otherwise وإلا. Regular masculine plural. A blacksmith حداد حداد. A blacksmith حداد. Plural حدادون حدادون. Or حدادين حدادين. Note, this is the only form used in colloquial Arabic. End note. An Egyptian مصري مصري. An Egyptian مصري. Plural مصريون مصريون. Egyptians مصريون. Or مصريين مصريين. Egyptians مصريين. Translating translator. مترجم مترجم. Translating translator. مترجم. Plural مترجمون مترجمون. Translating translators. مترجمون. Or مترجمين مترجمين. Translators. مترجمين. Wounded مجروح مجروح. Wounded مجروح. Plural مجروحون مجروحون. Wounded plural مجروحون. Or مجروحين مجروحين. Wounded plural مجروحين. The regular masculine plural, which only applies to nouns denoting living beings, is formed by adding to the singular the final syllables une for the nominative and ine for the genitive and accusative. The plural is particularly used 1. With nouns denoting a trade, of the form fa'al. 2. With nouns denoting nationality. These are words of 4 letters at the least, of which the last is I. Note, they are usually employed as adjectives. End note. 3. With active and passive participles. Note, the regular masculine plural is used exceptionally in the tens of numbers. For example, عشرون or عشرين, etc., and with certain other words, namely ibn, son, plural بنون or بنين, سنة, year, plural سنون or سنين, أرض, earth, plural أرضون. End note. 42nd lesson. The noun. Vocabulary: lighting, warming, natural phenomena. The lighting. الإضاءة الإضاءة. The lighting. الإضاءة or الإنارة الإنارة. The lighting. الإنارة. The flame. اللهيب اللهيب. The flame. اللهيب. The electricity. الكهرباء الكهرباء. The electricity. الكهرباء. The gas. الغاز الغاز. The gas. الغاز. The heating. الإيقاد الإيقاد. The heating. الإيقاد. The stove. الكانون الكانون. The stove. الكانون. The oven. الفرن الفرن. The oven. الفرن. The phenomena. الحوادث الحوادث. The phenomena. الحوادث. The atmosphere. الجو الجو. The atmosphere. الجو. The temperature. الطقس الطقس. The temperature. الطقس. The climate. المناخ المناخ. The climate. المناخ. The cold. البرد البرد. The cold. البرد. The heat. الحر الحر. The heat. الحر or الحرارة الحرارة. The heat. الحرارة. The light. النور النور. The light. النور. The daylight. الضوء الضوء. The daylight. الضوء. The darkness. الظلمة الظلمة. The darkness. الظلمة or الظلام الظلام. The darkness. الظلام. The shade. Shadow. الظل الظل. The shade. The shadow. الظل or الخيال الخيال. The shade. The shadow. الخيال. The freshness. الطراوة الطراوة. The freshness. الطراوة. The moisture. الرطوبة الرطوبة. The moisture. الرطوبة. The wind. الريح الريح. The wind. الريح. The air. الهواء الهواء. The air. الهواء. The dust. التراب التراب, the dust, التراب, or الغبار, الغبار, the dust, الغبار, the rain, المطر, المطر, the rain, المطر, the ice, the snow, الثلج, الثلج, the ice, the snow, الثلج, the lightning, البرق, البرق, the lightning, البرق, the thunder, الرعد, الرعد, the thunder, الرعد, to shine, لمع, لمع, to shine, لمع, to be drunk, سكر, سكر, to be drunk, سكر, to succeed, خلف, خلف, to succeed, خلف, or عقب, عقب, to succeed, عقب, to suppose, فرض, فرض, to suppose, فرض, to enjoy, to be delighted with, فرح, فرح, to enjoy, to be delighted with, فرح, where, relative, حيث, حيث, where, relative, حيث, never, أبدا, أبدا, never, أبدا. Regular feminine plural. A habit, عادة, عادة, a habit, عادة, plural, عادات, عادات, habits, عادات. A French woman, فرنساوية, فرنساوية, a French woman, فرنساوية, plural, فرنساويات, فرنساويات, French women, فرنساويات. A bath, حمام, حمام, a bath, حمام, baths, حمامات, حمامات, baths, حمامات. The regular feminine plural is formed by adding to the singular the final syllable at. If the regular form ends in ta marbuta, that termination is suppressed. This plural form belongs especially to 1. A large number of nouns ending in ta marbuta in the singular. 2. Certain masculine nouns which must be learnt by use or from the dictionary. Exercise 38. حضر النجارون والحدادون ولكن لم يحضر المهندسون. شربوا حتى سكروا. اعذرني لأني لم أكتب لك منذ شهرين. أين الفرنساويون والفرنساويات؟ أذهب حيث تذهب وأسكن حيث تسكن. لا تبحث عنهم أبدا. يخلف الليل النهار كما يعقب الضوء الظلام. ألم تلحق القاتلين وأين المقتولات؟ جلست تحت ظل شجرة ساعتين تقريبا. ماذا حدث أمس عندكم؟ أنا لم أسكر أبدا ولكن بولس يسكر دائما. ماذا نشر في المجلات؟ تذهب التلميذات عند المعلمات. 43rd lesson. The noun. Irregular plural. The various forms of irregular plural are numerous, and we can only give the most common forms. Moreover, it must be remembered that a given singular form may have several plural forms. 1. plural of nouns consisting of 3 letters. If we represent the singular by the triliteral paradigm فعل, which is usually adopted, the irregular plural will have a the form فعول. Lesson dars, dars, lesson dars. Plural durus, durus, plural durus. Science علم, علم, science علم. Plural علوم, علوم, sciences علوم. King Malik, Malik, king Malik. Plural muluk, muluk, kings muluk. B the form fi'al, man rajul, rajul, man rajul. Plural rijal, rijal, men rijal. Dog kelb, kelb, dog kelb. Plural kilab, kilab, dogs kilab. Camel jemel, jemel, camel jemel. Plural jimel, jimel, camels jimel. C the form af'al, child walad, walad, child walad. Plural awlad, awlad, children awlad. Body jism, jism, body jism. Plural ajsam, ajsam, bodies ajsam. News report khabar, khabar, news report khabar. Plural akhbar, akhbar, news reports akhbar. Exercise 39. هل عندكم أخبار من عمنا ومن عمتنا؟ تركت الأولاد مع البواب. طبعنا كتاب العلوم منذ شهور. قلعوا الشجرة من جذورها. متى تنشرون الأخبار في الجريدة؟ على السفرة أطباق وصحون وأقداح. افهموا دروسكم قبل أن تحفظوها. عندي خزانة ب7 أدراج. اقطع غصون الشجرة ولكن لا تلمس أوراقها. في السنة 4 فصول. لا أذهب حتى يحضر السيدات. اقتلوا الحيات قبل أن تهرب. انظري إلى قصور الملوك. Exercise 40. I learn my lessons in the evening. Why are you chasing my dogs? Look for singular the children in the courtyard. Have you singular any news of my brother? The kings and queens have entered the palace. I have a jacket with B 4 pockets. Note juyub, end note, and a waistcoat with 2 pockets. Yesterday she washed the mosquito curtains and the bedclothes. We have watches, purses, note, ekbas, end note, combs, note, amshart, end note, etc. The children of our porter are joiners, and those, the children of our cook, are hairdressers. Light, singular, the fire, and melt the iron. When will you pluck the fruits of your garden?
We learn the sciences at school. Note fil madrasa. End note. We publish the news of the day in the university magazine. 44th lesson. The noun. D. The form أفعال or فعلان if the second letter is alif. In the first form, the alif is changed to waw in the plural, and in the second form to ya. State, condition. حال حال. State, condition, حال. Plural, أحوال أحوال. States, conditions, أحوال. Wealth, property, مال مال. Wealth, property, مال. Plural, أموال أموال. Wealth, properties, أموال. Crown, تاج تاج. Crown, تاج. Plural, تيجان تيجان. Crowns, تيجان. Neighbor, جار جار. Neighbor, جار. Plural, جيران جيران. Neighbors, جيران. 2. Plural of nouns consisting of 4 letters. A. Nouns consisting of 4 letters in the singular, the last of which is ta marbuta, usually form their plural by dropping this ta marbuta. If the 2 middle letters are joined by shaddah, they are separated in the plural. Note, the second letter of nouns in this class generally carries sukoon, or has no accent. In the plural, this letter bears fatha. End note. Copy of a book. Nuskha nuskha. Copy of a book. Nuskha. Plural, nusakh nusakh. Copies of a book. Nusakh. Road, sekkah sekkah. Road, sekkah. Plural, sikek sikek. Roads, sikek. B. Nouns of 4 letters in the singular, the last of which is not ta marbuta, usually form their plural by adding alif after the second letter. If the second letter is alif, it is changed to waw. Copybook, deftar deftar. Copybook, deftar. Plural, defatir defatir. Copybooks, defatir. Mosque, jami' jami'. Mosque, jami'. Plural, jawami' jawami'. Mosques, jawami'. Exercise 41. خسر جيراننا أموالهم. كيف أحوال الجو هنا؟ أين الخواتم والتيجان؟ متى يخرجون من الجوامع؟ انظر إلى الشوارع والمنازل والمخازن. هل بحثتم في المستشفيات عن محلات للسيدات؟ عندنا أقلام وريش وعندهم فوط والشوك. لماذا فتحتم الأبواب؟ ابعد عن الأسود والقرود والحيات. من أين ظهرت الفيران والمقارب؟ هل عندكم أخشاب في ورشكم؟ هل كنست الأوض ومسحت المكاتب والثور؟ Exercise 42. I have portraits of kings, queens, and princes. Note, prince, amir, amir. Prince, amir. Plural, umara', umara'. Princes, umara'. End note. We wish to go with you, singular, first of all to the bazaar, and then to the stores. Why have they left our neighbours' houses? The water of the streams goes into the rivers. Note, enhur, end note, and that, the water of the rivers, into the sea. Look at singular the mosques, the hotels, the mansions, and the palaces. Note, serayat, end note. Baths for men, note, lilrijal, end note, and baths for ladies. Do not get near lions, snakes, and scorpions. Why have you not sent to my brother the copybooks of my friend John? I have needles, files, and razors. Note, emwes, end note. How have you lost your property? 45th lesson. The noun. 3. Plural of nouns consisting of 5 letters. A. Nouns of 5 letters in the singular, the last of which is ta marbuta, usually form their plural by adding alif after the second letter, as in the preceding case, and suppressing the final ta marbuta. Note, if the third letter of words of this class is a weak letter, it is usually replaced in the plural by a hamza, end note. Printing works. Matba'ah, matba'ah. Printing works. Matba'ah. Plural. Matabi'ah, matabi'ah. Printing works. Plural. Matabi'ah. Church. Kanisa, kanisa. Church. Kanisa. Plural. Kana'is, kana'is. Churches. Kana'is. B. Nouns of 5 letters in the singular, the last of which is not ta marbuta. Usually change the 4th letter to ya in the plural and take alif after the second letter. If the second letter is alif, it is changed to waw. Garden, bustan, bustan. Garden, bustan. Plural, besatin, besatin. Gardens, besatin. Dictionary, qamus, qamus. Dictionary, qamus. Plural, qawamis, qawamis. Dictionaries, qawamis. 4. Plurals altogether irregular. Fathers, aba, aba. Fathers, aba. Mothers, ummuhat, ummuhat. Mothers, ummuhat. Brothers, ikhwah, ikhwah. Brothers, ikhwah. Sons, abna', abna'. Sons, abna'. Daughters, banat, banat. Daughters, banat. Sisters, akhawat, akhawat. Sisters, akhawat. Days, ayyam, ayyam. Days, ayyam. Donkeys, hamir, hamir. Donkeys, hamir. Books, kutub, kutub. Books, kutub. Men, people, unas, unas. Men, people, unas. Note the initial alif disappears if this word is preceded by alif lam. For example, annas, annas. Men, people, annas. End note. Exercise 43. في شوارعنا جوامع وكناسئ ومخازن ودكاكين. اخدموا آباءكم وأمهاتكم. لماذا تفتحون الشبابيك الآن؟
لماذا تحمل الحمير والبغال على ظهورها؟ لا تبحثي في قوامسنا. في المطابع يطبعون الكتب والجرائد والمجلات. ابعثوا أبناءكم وبناتكم إلى الكليات والمدارس. كيف يشرح الدروس؟ يخلف الأولاد الآباء. يفحض المعلمون تلاميذهم غدا. ماذا يرغبون أن يعرفوا من الأخبار؟ قدم إخوتي ولم يحضر أخواتي. متى تقفلون الصناديق والخزائن والأدراج؟ Exercise 44. Look in your dictionaries. We have houses and gardens. I left my family 3 weeks ago. My brothers and sisters go to school. Note, إلى المدرسة. End note. I have 5 books and 4 copybooks. Where are the keys of our doors? Go to the church and my children will join you. How did the servants steal the fans and the parasols? My children have succeeded. Have you cupboards, boxes, lamps, curtains, cups and spoons in your stores? Shut, singular feminine, the doors and windows. We go to church on Sundays. Note, أيام الأحد. End note. They have printing works, stores and shops. I have brothers, sisters, sons and daughters. End of lessons 40 to 45 of A Practical Arabic Course by E. Nématallah and E. Chevalley. Recording by Abu Jalal. Recorded in Oxford, England. Sections 46 to 50 from A Practical Arabic Course by E. Nématallah and E. Chevalley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. 46th lesson. The adjective. Vocabulary. Time of the clock. A watch. ساعة. ساعة. A watch. ساعة. The dial. من الساعة. من الساعة. The dial. من الساعة. The hour hand. عقرب الساعات. عقرب الساعات. The hour hand. عقرب الساعات. The minute hand. عقرب الدقائق. عقرب الدقائق. The minute hand. عقرب الدقائق. A clock. ساعة كبيرة. ساعة كبيرة. A clock. ساعة كبيرة. The pendulum. الرقاص. الرقاص. The pendulum. الرقاص. The hours. الساعات. الساعات. The hours. الساعات. A minute. دقيقة. دقيقة. A minute. دقيقة. A second. ثانية. ثانية. A second. ثانية. A quarter of an hour. ربع ساعة. ربع ساعة. A quarter of an hour. ربع الساعة. Half an hour. نصف ساعة. نصف ساعة. Half an hour. نصف ساعة half a day. نصف نهار نصف نهار half a day. نصف نهار. midnight نصف الليل نصف الليل. midnight نصف الليل. It is 3:30. الساعة 3:30. الساعة 3:30. It is 3:30. الساعة 3:30. It is 5:15. الساعة 5:15. الساعة 5:15. It is 5:15. الساعة 5:15. الساعة 5:15. It is 7 minutes past 8. الساعة 8:07 دقائق. الساعة 8:07 دقائق. It is 7 minutes past 8. الساعة 8:07 دقائق. It is 20 minutes past 7. Note in Arabic it is 7 1/3. End note. الساعة 7:03. الساعة 7:03. It is 20 minutes past 7. الساعة 7:03. It is 9:30. الساعة 9:30. الساعة 9:30. It is 9:30. الساعة 9:30. It is 3:45. الساعة 4:45. الساعة 4:45. It is 3:45. الساعة 4:45. It is 12 noon. الساعة 12 الظهر. الساعة 12 الظهر. It is 12 noon. الساعة 12 الظهر. It is 12 midnight. الساعة 12 نصف الليل. الساعة 12 نصف الليل. It is 12 midnight. الساعة 12 نصف الليل. Genders of adjectives. A virtuous man. رجل فاضل. رجل فاضل. A virtuous man. رجل فاضل. A virtuous woman. امرأة فاضلة. امرأة فاضلة. A virtuous woman. امرأة فاضلة. The feminine of adjectives is generally formed by adding ta marbuta to the masculine, as in the case of nouns. Note, alif maqsura and alif followed by hamza alike indicate the feminine. End note. Numbers of adjectives. Dual. A poor child. ولد فقير. ولد فقير. A poor child. ولد فقير. Dual. ولدان فقيران. ولدان فقيران. ولدان فقيران. Poor children. Dual. ولدان فقيران. Or ولدين فقيرين. ولدين فقيرين. Poor children. Dual. ولدين فقيرين. A beautiful girl. بنت جميلة. بنت جميلة. A beautiful girl. بنت جميلة. Dual. بنتان جميلتان. بنتان جميلتان. Beautiful girls. Dual. بنتان جميلتان. Or بنتين جميلتين. بنتين جميلتين. Beautiful girls. Dual. بنتين جميلتين. Masculine regular plural. A skillful joiner. نجار ماهر. نجار ماهر. A skillful joiner. نجار ماهر. Plural. نجارون ماهرون. نجارون ماهرون. Skillful joiners, نجارون ماهرون, or نجارين ماهرين, نجارين ماهرين. Skillful joiners, نجارين ماهرين. Feminine regular plural. An English lady, سيدة إنجليزية, سيدة إنجليزية. An English lady, سيدة إنجليزية. Plural, سيدات إنجليزيات, سيدات إنجليزيات. English ladies, سيدات إنجليزيات. The dual, the masculine regular plural and the feminine regular plural of adjectives are formed in the same way as those of nouns. The regular plural of adjectives is only used when it qualifies a noun denoting a reasonable being. An old book, كتاب قديم, كتاب قديم. An old book, كتاب قديم. Plural, كتب قديمة, كتب قديمة. Old books, كتب قديمة. A wounded goose, وزة مجروحة, وزة مجروحة. A wounded goose, وزة مجروحة. Plural, wounded geese, وزات مجروحة, وزات مجروحة. Wounded geese, وزات مجروحة. Adjectives which qualify plural nouns, either masculine or feminine, denoting objects or beings devoid of reason, are placed in the feminine singular. 47th lesson. The adjective, irregular plural. 1. Plural of adjectives consisting of 4 letters. Note: there exist very few adjectives composed of 3 letters in the singular. Endnote. A. Adjectives of the form فاعل in the singular used as active participles form their plural regularly, but when used as nouns or merely as qualifying adjectives, their plural is generally of the form فعلاء or فعال. Learned, عالم, عالم. Learned, عالم. Plural, علماء, علماء. Learned plural, علماء. Ignorant, جاهل, جاهل. Ignorant, جاهل. Plural, جهلاء, جهلاء. Ignorant plural, جهلاء. Poet, شاعر, شاعر. Poet, شاعر. Plural, poets, شعراء, شعراء. Poets, شعراء. Clerk, كاتب, كاتب. Clerk, كاتب. Plural, كتاب, كتاب. Clerks, كتاب. Servant, خادم, خادم. Servant, خادم. Plural, خدام, خدام. Servants, خدام. Merchant, تاجر, تاجر. Merchant, تاجر. Plural, تجار, تجار. Merchants, تجار. B. Adjectives of the form فعيل usually take the plural form فعال, which is common to both genders and is only used of persons. Great, tall, كبير, كبير. Great, tall, كبير. Plural, كبار, كبار. Great, tall, plural, كبار. Little, صغير, صغير. Little, صغير. Plural, صغار صغار little plural صغار long tall طويل طويل long tall طويل plural طوال طوال long tall plural طوال short قصير قصير short قصير plural قصار قصار short plural قصار new جديد جديد new جديد plural جداد جداد new plural جداد light خفيف خفيف light خفيف plural خفاف خفاف light plural خفاف but a few adjectives of this class take the plural form فعلاء poor فقير فقير poor فقير plural فقراء فقراء poor plural فقراء happy سعيد سعيد happy سعيد plural سعداء سعداء happy plural سعداء
C. Adjectives of the form أفعل which denote color, deformities, or physical defects. Take in the plural the form فعل, which is common to both genders. If the third letter of the singular is waw or ya, it loses its accent in the plural and is written waw with a dhamma or ya with a kasra. Green أخضر أخضر green أخضر plural خضر خضر green plural خضر blue أزرق أزرق blue أزرق plural زرق زرق blue plural زرق yellow أصفر أصفر yellow أصفر plural صفر صفر yellow plural صفر red أحمر أحمر red أحمر plural حمر حمر red plural حمر white أبيض أبيض white أبيض plural بيض بيض white plural بيض black أسود أسود black أسود plural سود سود black plural سود lame أعرج أعرج lame أعرج plural عرج عرج lame plural عرج humpbacked أحدب أحدب humpbacked أحدب plural حدب حدب humpbacked plural حدب dumb أخرس أخرس dumb أخرس plural خرس خرس dumb plural خرس stammering ألكن ألكن stammering ألكن plural لكن لكن stammering لكن deaf أطرش أطرش deaf أطرش plural طرش طرش deaf plural طرش squint-eyed أحول أحول squint-eyed أحول plural حول حول squint-eyed plural حول one-eyed أعور أعور one-eyed أعور plural غور غور. One-eyed, plural, غور. Blind, أعمى, أعمى. Blind, أعمى. Plural, عمي, عمي. Blind plural, عمي. Note: the feminine singular of these adjectives is of the form فعلاء. For example, lame, feminine singular, عرجاء. White, feminine singular, بيضاء. End note. 2. Plural of adjectives consisting of 5 letters. These adjectives form their plural by the insertion of an alif after the second letter. If the penultimate letter is waw, it is changed to fatha ya. Poor, wretched, miskeen, miskeen. Poor, wretched, miskeen. Plural, masakeen, masakeen. Poor, wretched, plural, masakeen. Mad, majnoon, majnoon. Mad, majnoon. Plural, majaneen, majaneen. Mad, plural, majaneen. 48th lesson. Agreement of the qualifying adjective. A just king. Malikun adil, malikun adil. A just king. Malikun adil. A virtuous princess. Amiratun fadilah, amiratun fadilah. A virtuous princess. Amiratun fadilah. Faithful servants. خدام أمناء, خدام أمناء. Faithful servants. خدام أمناء. The adjective, as a rule, agrees with the noun it qualifies in gender and number. It is always placed after it. A rich son and daughter. ابن وابنة غنيان, ابن وابنة غنيان. A rich son and daughter. ابن وابنة غنيان. The man, his wife, and his children are poor. الرجل وامرأته وأولاده فقراء. الرجل وامرأته وأولاده فقراء. The man, his wife, and his children are poor. الرجل وامرأته وأولاده فقراء. If the adjective qualifies 2 singular nouns, it is placed in the dual. If it qualifies more than 2 singular nouns, it is put in the plural. If the nouns are of different genders, the adjective is put in the masculine. The skillful doctor. الطبيب الماهر, الطبيب الماهر. The skillful doctor. الطبيب الماهر. The intelligent pupils. التلاميذ الأذكياء, التلاميذ الأذكياء. The intelligent pupils. التلاميذ الأذكياء. The adjective takes the definite article if the noun which it qualifies is definite. My new house. بيت الجديد, بيت الجديد. My new house. بيت الجديد. The latest circular of the ministry. منشور النظارة الأخير, منشور النظارة الأخير. The latest circular of the ministry. منشور النظارة الأخير. The National Printing Office of Bulak. مطبعة بولاق الأهلية, مطبعة بولاق الأهلية. The National Printing Office of Bulak. مطبعة بولاق الأهلية. If the qualified noun has a conjunctive pronoun or has a noun depending on it, the adjective is placed last. Exercise 45. عندي قصمان بيضاء
وشمسية زرقاء وشرابات صفراء إخوتي قصار وأخواتي طوال أخدامك بيض أم سود علماء فقراء وتجار جهلاء أغنياء هل عندكم كتب جديدة وأقلام نظيفة note نظيف clean end note هل جيرانكم عمي وأولادهم عور أبناء كبار وبنات صغار أين المنشورات الأخيرة تجارون طرش وحدادون خرس متى ينشرون الكتاب الأزرق في الجرائد إنجليزيات غنيات وفرنساويات فقيرات هل نصف الليل الآن أتسكنون في بيوت الجريدة أم القديمة
Exercise 46. Are his children intelligent? Lame porters and humpbacked merchants. Have you red or yellow flowers? Rich people and poor persons. Where are my friend's old copybooks? I have green curtains, blue carpets, note, busot, end note, and red cupboards. Are they blind or one-eyed? Why are the windows of my room large and the doors small? Learned men and poets feminine. Is it 9:15 or 9:30? Our servants are ignorant but faithful, deaf gentlemen and dumb ladies. Are your handkerchiefs large or small, white or blue? I shall go out at 3:20, and I shall return at 7:15. A humpbacked young woman and a lame young man. You are happy people. 49th lesson, the adjective. Demonstrative adjectives. This doctor, هذا طبيب, هذا طبيب. This doctor, هذا طبيب. That book, ذلك الكتاب, ذلك الكتاب. That book, ذلك الكتاب. This doctor, هذا الطبيب, هذا الطبيب. This doctor, هذا الطبيب. That doctor, ذلك الطبيب, ذلك الطبيب. That doctor, ذلك الطبيب. Or ذاك الطبيب, ذاك الطبيب. That doctor, ذاك الطبيب. This lady, هذه السيدة, هذه السيدة. This lady, هذه السيدة. That lady, تلك السيدة, تلك السيدة. That lady, تلك السيدة. Duel. These two engineers. هذان المهندسان, هذان المهندسان. These two engineers. هذان المهندسان. Or هذين المهندسين, هذين المهندسين. These two engineers. هذين المهندسين. Note, the dual of demonstrative adjectives denoting remote beings is rarely used. End note. These two copies. هاتان النسختان, هاتان النسختان. These two copies. هاتان النسختان. Or هاتين النسختين, هاتين النسختين. These two copies. هاتين النسختين. Plural. These boys. هؤلاء الصبيان, هؤلاء الصبيان. These boys. هؤلاء الصبيان. Those boys. أولئك الصبيان, أولئك الصبيان. Those boys. أولئك الصبيان. These girls. هؤلاء البنات, هؤلاء البنات. These girls. هؤلاء البنات. Those girls. أولئك البنات أولئك البنات those girls أولئك البنات these books هذه الكتب هذه الكتب these books هذه الكتب those books تلك الكتب تلك الكتب those books تلك الكتب The demonstrative adjectives are always followed by the article alif lam. Note, in colloquial Arabic, da is used instead of هذا, di instead of هذه, and dol instead of هؤلاء. These expressions are placed after the noun. For example, الرواية دي, this novel. End note. Exercise 47. لماذا تضربون هؤلاء البنات الصغار؟ أتعرف هذا الشاب الأخرس وهذه الشابة الطرشاء؟ كيف كسرت هذه الساعة الصغيرة؟ متى حكم القاضي على هؤلاء التجار الفقراء؟ أيسكن هذان المهندسان مع هذا الأطباء؟ أعمك وخالتك غنيان أم فقيران؟ أختك كبيرة ولكن شقيقتها صغيرة. انظروا إلى هؤلاء الأمراء الفضلاء وأولئك الأميرات الفاضلات. أتعرفون هؤلاء الأولاد المساكين وآباءكم؟ متى ظهرت في الجرائد هذه الأخبار؟ اقرب من هؤلاء العلماء وابعد عن هؤلاء الجهلاء. لماذا لا تمدحون هؤلاء الكتاب الماهرين? Exercise 48. Why are these blacksmiths going out now? I have this big boy and that little girl. Is it 5 minutes to 3 or 5 minutes past 3? Are these houses inhabited? Great princes, let us plough our gardens with that plough. Look at singular these great mosques and these fine, note, Jamila churches. These skillful joiners have made these chairs and these cupboards. Is this room big or small? Are these 2 copies new or old? Will you leave these madmen? I know all these poor children and their family. This prince and that princess are rich and virtuous. When did these gentlemen and those ladies return? 50th lesson. Indefinite and interrogative adjectives. Indefinite articles. كل, جميع, each person. كل شخص, كل شخص, each person. كل شخص. All the men. جميع الناس, جميع الناس, all the men. جميع الناس. All the rooms. كل الغرف, كل الغرف, all the rooms. كل الغرف. All the women. جميع النساء, جميع النساء, all the women. جميع النساء. كل followed by a singular noun renders the indefinite adjectives each, every. Followed by a plural noun it signifies all. Note, كل and جميع can also be placed after the noun, in which case the corresponding conjunctive personal pronoun is added. For example, التلاميذ كلهم, all the pupils. End note. بعض, a part, some, certain. A part of the conversation. بعض الحديث, بعض الحديث, a part of the conversation. بعض الحديث. Some speeches.
بعض خطب بعض خطب. Some speeches بعض خطب. Interrogative adjective. أي, which book? أي كتاب أي كتاب. Which book? أي كتاب. Which woman? أية امرأة أية امرأة. Which woman? أية امرأة. What merchants? أي تجار أي تجار. What merchants? أي تجار. Which actresses? أي ممثلات أي ممثلات. Which actresses? أي ممثلات. أي, followed by an indefinite noun, translates the interrogative adjectives which, what. What, in the feminine singular, the form is usually أيه. Exercise 49. أتعرف جميع هؤلاء التجار؟ أي خبر تنشرون غدا في الجرائد؟ هل نسخت كل هذه الدروس؟ أي أناس تعذرون؟ لماذا تعلمون بعض أشجار من بستانكم؟ أفهمتم الخطب كلها؟ أي أشخاص تمدحون؟ في أي منزل تسكن هؤلاء الممثلات؟ عن أي منشور تبحثون؟ يبحثون عن منشور الندارة الأخير. من أي مكان تحضرون؟ وأين تذهبون؟ أي روايات يطبعون؟ سمعت الحديث كله ولكن لم أفهم بعضه. بأي مفتاح تفتح جميع هذه الأدراج؟ عندي بعض مناديل قديمة وبعض مراوح جديدة. أي أرض يزرعون؟ Exercise 50. In what street do you live? Are all these girls your sisters? Are all these servants faithful? What newspapers and what magazines have you? Have they some old books? All our neighbours are poor. What ring and what watch does she wish? Are all these children intelligent? I know certain virtuous persons. What houses and what palaces do they possess? Does he know all those actresses? All these carriages are new. What novels are you translating? All these rooms are clean. End of lessons 46 to 50 from a practical Arabic course by E. Nématallah and E. Chevalley, recorded by Abu Jalal in Oxford, England.